Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Russia and Ukraine have agreed to exchange prisoners after peace talks in Istanbul, as Turkey says it will take steps to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. A 45-year-old man has been charged with murder after an attack at a rally supporting Israeli hostages in Colorado. And trading on the Damascus Securities Exchange has restarted after being closed for 6 months as leaders plan to rebuild its economy. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to exchange prisoners of war who are severely wounded, as well as those under the age of 25. The announcement was made by Ukraine following a second round of direct talks between both sides in Istanbul. Meanwhile, Turkey's President Erdogan has said Turkey will take steps to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Yulia Sikro. Yulia, so glad to have you on the show this evening. Thank you for joining. Kyiv and Moscow have agreed to a prisoner swap after the peace talks in Turkey today. Is this a positive step forward between Russia and Ukraine?
Hello from Kyiv, and thank you for hosting me. Yes, it's a positive step. It's one of the probably 100 steps we need to do to get into the peace talks. But it's just one small step at this point of time. As you know, during the previous meeting, it was agreed and actually implemented the exchange of prisoners of war 1,000 to 1,000. And this time, Russia and Ukraine agreed to exchange all wounded or badly injured prisoners of war from both sides. As well as from Ukrainian side, it was requested, and I hope we will get approval from Russia's side to send to Ukraine all kidnapped kids, Ukrainian kids, and we have it more than 25,000 kidnapped and kept in Russia at this point of time.
Yulia, ahead of these talks, Ukraine carried out an attack on Russian air bases with drones. Putin's forces then launched a deadly attack hours before the peace talks. Are the actions from both countries overshadowing ceasefire talks and a possible ceasefire in the future?
Actually, I don't think it will influence much. We're expecting that Russia will hit back. That's why all safety measures and civilians should go in Ukraine to bomb shelters any time of alert. But in general, I don't think it will shift any negotiations, any peace deals to any significant step. I think the Russia is not ready for peace deal at this point of time because they are sending to negotiations and to the peace talks in Turkey a very low level delegation, people who are not taking any decisions, unfortunately, and that's why we all expect that Putin will take decision and stop the war. But Ukrainians in general do not believe this is the case at this point of time. So probably the international community should put more pressure on Putin so he take this decision, stop his troops, withdraw his troops from Ukrainian territories and stop the war.
Would Ukraine like to see the US putting more pressure on Russia at this time to come to a ceasefire deal? Is Donald Trump doing enough?
I don't think he is doing enough, but he started to realize that Putin is actually buying time and fooling him. And I hope he will realize it more and more. As I know, they have a package of sanctions, including secondary sanctions against Russia, which could help stop this war and war machine of Russia. So we hope that US will put it forward, will push it, as well as European our European partners and other partners will join or put their own sanctions, including secondary sanctions, into Russia. Because Russia, honestly, will stop the war only when they will have no money for the war. For that, they need to stop export of oil, gas, resources, as well as close possibilities to import spare parts for producing weapons. Unfortunately, this is not the case at this moment, and we are working hardly that sanctions should be imposed, and Russia, in this case, could stop the war.
And Yulia, the Turkish president has pitched a meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump. How will this meeting between the three leaders actually help the ongoing talks? Because, as you said there, it's Putin that needs to end the war.
I think if Erdogan and Zelensky can bring arguments for Russia to these discussions and talks, and Putin will listen to it, maybe it will change his mind. But Putin is the only person who can stop the war, and he is a decision maker in peace negotiations, peace deal, and stopping the war. So the only person who can do it, it's Putin. But we saw that Putin already requested meeting with Zelensky, and he didn't show, basically. So he didn't come. Instead, a very low-level delegation came from Russia, and okay, it's resulted in 1,000 prisoners of war swapped, but nothing more. So I think the only person who should be convinced, must be convinced, and must take decision. It's Putin. The ball on his side.
As peace talks between Russia and Ukraine appear to keep on going around in circles, the fighting is raging on. Yulia, what exactly is life like in Ukraine right now?
The life is, we are all the time, we have ear raids, ear alerts, and we are going to the bomb shelter, my kids and myself sleeping in a basement basically all the time. We have these ear alerts. It's the same with a school during the school days. When they are going to school and there is ear alerts, drones coming or missiles coming, they are going to the bomb shelter and spending at least 8 hours per week in a bomb shelter. So that's unfortunately our life. But still life going on. We have cultural events. We have kind people who are supporting each other. We have a lot of humanity in the heart. So, and I can tell you that as Ukrainians, we didn't hit a single Russian civilian or a single Russian kid. And that's yesterday, the big attack for more than 30% of bombers, jet fighters of Russia, but not a single civilian or single kid or single woman was injured or killed during this attack. So we are fighting as fighters, and unfortunately Russians fighting as a terrorist. That's why life of civilians not so how to say it, not so happy that it could be.
Yulia, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you having on the show.
Thank you too.
We can now speak to Nikita Menkovich, head of Eurasian Analytical Club and political scientist. Nikita, it's brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. I was just in conversation with Ukraine's MP Yulia. What needs to happen to get Putin in a room with Zelensky for direct talks?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. The second one, I don't see any reason for Mr. Putin to be in one room with Mr. Zelensky to finish the war. Mr. Zelensky is no one. He's not a president more. His time has finished. He's not Ukrainian himself. He's a Jew with an Israel passport. He's a puppet of Western governments, pretends, like an actor, to be a president of Ukraine. Russia, of course, wants to finish this war, But we need someone who can finish it. We need a president, an official representative of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian power, not a Western agent who is ready to sign anything and fly away to his favorite Israel. I don't think it's a good option to have a dialogue with Zelensky. I think the first step, what should be done by Kiev regime, is removing all Western agents from the power, including Mr. Zelensky, take those troops back from the Russian-occupied territories, including Kherson, Zaporozhye, Pokrovsk cities, and then we will have a good chance to start a peace dialogue. Russia isn't one who started this war. Ukrainian mercenaries, headed by Western countries, started it. And the only reason why it's still continuing is that Europe and other NATO countries sending ammunition and weapons, sending money for mercenaries to continue this terrible war against Russia and Ukrainian people.
Nikita, if I could just quickly interject, I am hearing you and what you're saying, but Europe would strenuously deny the claims that you are making towards them. President Zelensky also won an election fair and square. Elections don't happen in countries when it's during wartime. This is known across the world. So who do you suggest should replace Zelensky, and how can they hold elections in Ukraine during war?
First of all, the time of Zelensky has finished. The same reason to have a dialogue with Zelensky as the president of Ukraine. The same way we should have a dialogue with Mr. Clinton as the president of the United States, not Mr. Trump or Mr. Biden, only Mr. Clinton, because long years ago he was elected. It doesn't mean anything. As I said, Zelensky does not represent Ukrainian people. In fact, his regime is illegal. There is no elections since 2014 because many territories of Ukraine have split it. They don't wanted to have any kind of deal with fascist regime established in 2014 with support of Western governments. People of Donbass, people of Crimea, people of Kherson, they are now part of Russia. They are fighting for those freedom against Europe, against Great Britain and United States, against Zelensky and other traitors. They want to be free. They want to choose those future. Without Zelensky, without American corporations, without British banks, they want to be free. Is it hard to understand?
Nikita, I just want to move on to a little bit about reports that have suggested the Ukrainian drone attack on multiple air bases across Russia is a humiliating security breach for Vladimir Putin. Some Russian papers and social media users are arguing for nuclear response. Is this likely, and why nuclear response?
First of all, we should understand that we should ignore all information we get from so-called Ukrainian sources. For example, your guest said that no one citizens were killed and injured during a Ukrainian terrorist attack a day ago. It is absolutely lie. Ukrainian agents exploded 2 bridges in Bryanskaya and Kurskaya Oblast. One of the train was keeping passengers. 7 people are dead, more than 90 are injured. Of course, we see that your guest was a liar. She was a part of Western propaganda trying to defend aggression against Russia and Ukrainian people. The same situation we have discussing this attack against Russian air bases. Ukraine pretend to have some kind of significant victory. Of course, it's not. Only 6 planes was damaged during this attack. Only these 6 damages have video proofs presented by Ukrainian side. All other words are lies and propaganda. Of course, Russia see this terrible attack. Of course, the more important not planes, but people, citizens of Russia, killed by terrorists coming from Ukrainian side.
Nikita, are we able, sorry, to just interject there? I just wanted to ask you a final thought, but really on the peace talks we saw today in Turkey. Russia passed on a memorandum to Ukraine on reaching lasting peace and full ceasefire today. We saw that. Now, what are the terms for this likely to be? Are you able to tell us?
I think that we have very few chances for any kind of big step forward, because the history shows us nothing good came with negotiations with terrorists. So-called Ukrainian government are terrorists, killing citizens of Russia and of those former countries, killing citizens in Donetsk, in Kherson. The problem of even exchange of war prisoners is that the half of the people given back to Russia by Ukrainian side, they are not soldiers. They are political prisoners. They are citizens of Ukraine arrested for having a pro-Russian views. Of course, it's really hard to deal with negotiations in this situation. I think that as I said before, the only step forward is ban of any kind of support of Kyiv regime. No ammunition, no weapons. And this war will be finished in 2 weeks. It will be enough. And Ukrainian people will finally become free. Without Zelensky, without other Western agents, they will live free and will have a chance to choose those future.
Nikita, I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you on the show and to have your insights. Once again, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. A Palestinian doctor whose 9 children were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza has died from injuries sustained in the same attack. Dr. Hamdi al-Najjar was treated in hospital for brain and internal injuries, but died on Saturday. His wife and their 11-year-old son, who remains in hospital, are the sole survivors of the family. The Israeli Defense Forces said it was reviewing the incident at the time of the attack. Now, according to reports, an Iranian diplomat has said Iran is prepared to reject a US proposal to end a decades-long nuclear deal dispute. The senior diplomat said the proposal fails to address Tehran's interests or soften Washington's stance on uranium enrichment. Nationalist opposition candidate Karol Nawrocki has narrowly won Poland's presidential election. It's considered a major blow to the centrist government's efforts to secure Warsaw's pro-European orientation. During his campaign, he positioned himself as someone who defends traditional Polish values and aligned himself with US conservatives, including President Donald Trump. Italy's Mount Etna has erupted with large plumes of ash and smoke seen rising from Europe's largest active volcano. Videos show a huge plume of ash, gas, and rocks spewing out of the volcano this morning. Authorities have said there was no current danger to the population. Now, a 45-year-old man has been charged with murder after people at a rally supporting Israeli hostages were targeted with petrol bombs and a makeshift flamethrower. 8 were injured during the attack when a man reportedly shouted "Free Palestine." The FBI have called it a suspected terror attack, but authorities haven't confirmed if anyone died during the incident. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent Nick Harper, who is in Washington. Nick, always great to have you on the show. What else is the FBI saying about this incident, and what more do we know about the suspect?
Well, Leigh Ann, very few details about this 45-year-old suspect, although police say that he was not known to them for any previous actions. This seems to be his first encounter with the authorities. His name is Mohammed Sabri Solomon, a 45-year-old Egyptian national who was living in the Colorado area. A mugshot of him has been released because he was detained by police after the incident took place. In that mugshot, he seems to have a bandage over his right ear, and we're being told that he was injured as a result of that incident, sustaining burns to his hands during the attack. Now, the FBI say that this suspect allegedly put together a makeshift flamethrower. They haven't precisely detailed how this took place, but there has been some reporting that it was a garden sprayer that had been filled with gasoline, and that he also had a number of Molotov cocktails with him, some of which he used. Some reporting suggesting an additional 16 were found at the site of the attack. And the attack took place at this weekly march that takes place every Sunday in Boulder, Colorado. It's a march in solidarity for the Israeli hostages who are still being held by Hamas. We are expecting this suspect to appear in court in about 2.5 hours' time from now. He's facing a number of charges, but already authorities are saying more charges will be added to what he eventually has to face.
Nick, what is the current condition of the victims, and can you share more about who they actually are?
Well, we know that there were 8 in total, 4 men and 4 women, all of them older in age, ranging between 52 and 88. We're told that in amongst those 8 victims, there were a mother and daughter, and the mother is described as the eldest victim, so 88 years old, but also that she was a Holocaust survivor. Police at this stage saying that there were no fatalities, but their injuries ranging right from critical all the way down to minor. However, there is a suggestion, because we know that the suspect has been charged with 2 counts of murder, there is this suggestion that potentially police have not yet revealed fatalities that may have taken place. So we're waiting for more details coming out of that court appearance, but we do know that 8 people were injured in this attack.
And Nick, what has the response from the White House been?
Well, they have been speaking about this accusation that the suspect was here in the United States illegally, that he was on a work visa that expired. He had applied for asylum, we're being told, but that asylum claim remains pending. Donald Trump has been posting on social media just in the last few minutes in which he has said that his heart goes out to the victims of this terrible tragedy, and he called it a horrific attack, but also said that it would not be tolerated, and then called for the suspect to be deported, saying that acts of terrorism will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because the FBI and other authorities are saying that this was an anti-Semitic attack, a hate crime, an act of domestic terrorism. And as well as authorities speaking about the violence that took place, we're also hearing from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, all of them condemning what took place in Boulder, Colorado, and saying that much more must be done to try and stop these types of attacks.
And Nick, are there concerns about the potential for similar attacks, and what steps are being taken to prevent something like this happening again?
Well, Leigh Ann, any time that something like this happens, there is that increased concern that we may see similar attacks. Police at this stage are saying they believe the suspect acted alone. They are not saying that there is any suggestion of further attacks to come. They're not seeing any chatter on social media that would suggest such things. But we do know that authorities in some of the biggest cities across the United States, here in Washington, D.C., in New York, also in Los Angeles, they are stepping up security, in particular around Jewish places of worship and Jewish community centres, because there is this real feeling in the Jewish community that they are under attack. They are saying that they feel on edge. Just here in Washington, D.C., about a week and a half ago, we saw 2 Israelis being targeted in what seemed to be an apparent hate crime, a young couple who was shot dead outside of a Jewish museum. And again, in that instance, the alleged suspect also reportedly shouted "Free Palestine" around the time of the attack. So Jewish people here in the United States saying that they are feeling worried, and authorities trying to respond to that concern by upping security.
Correspondent Nick Harper, thank you so much for joining us. Trading on the Damascus Security Exchange has restarted today after being closed for 6 months. It's the start of Syria's new leaders' plans to try and begin rebuilding its economy after nearly 14 years of civil war. Syrian Finance Minister attended the reopening and said that it signals that the country's economy is beginning to recover. For more on this, I'm joined from Damascus by Dr. Osama Kadi, Director of Kadi Economic Consultancy. Absolute pleasure to have you on, Dr. Osama. What does the reopening of the Damascus Stock Exchange signal about the country's economic future after 14 years of civil war?
It signals really a positive step towards economic recovery and stabilization. It signals to the whole world that Syria is opening new page with the world, indicates that the government ready to revitalize the economy and push that economic growth even further and further, trying to attract more investment, open for the world. Syria has been since 1979 under a country that supports terrorists. So we are isolated. We've been isolated from the whole world. Even we have previously Damascus Stock Exchange, but it's really like some sort of paralyzed stage. It's not really very active. They used to open 3 days a week from 10 to 1 o'clock, 3 days only. So it's really, it was just a building with not much activity there. But right now, they're heading toward more effective stock market.
And Dr. Osama, the stock exchange will now operate as a private company. How will this work and, like you say, attract investment and revitalize the economy?
When you operate efficiently and more effectively, and you encourage all investments to be part of that stock market, after you really put a real good governance on that stock market. And the most important thing, the transparency. We used not to have any transparency of who owns this company or that company. For example, the cousin of a previous president, Rami Makhlouf, he used to own most of the stocks in the banks, more than 6 or 7 banks. He owns 40 to 60% of them. But that piece of information were not released to all stockholders. And when we used to accuse that government that there's a corruption, there's that guy who really monopolized the whole economy, he monopolizes the stock market too, and nobody believed us from the government till they had a big fight over the money between Asma al-Assad, the wife of Bashar, and Rami Makhlouf. Then she starts accusing him of corruption, and she released all documents that this guy is full corrupt in the stock market. So now it's totally different. We are talking about good governance, transparency with the people, and we just started with very minimum companies and banks who used to be on the stock market. I'm expecting this to be not double, even like will be 2 years from now, more than 5 times the amount of companies that we have today.
And what impact is the easing of Western sanctions already having on Syria's economy? Obviously, international transfers are going to come back to life. What else is really important?
Oh, that will lead for more dates, will lead to more investment. It's very good signals to all investors that they are who are willing to invest in Syria, that they will be like part of the that stock market, so people can really buy their stocks, and so that even the Syrian people can be a partner by owning stocks in these companies if they are interested, for sure. And besides, now we have access to financial markets. We used to have no access whatsoever without the SWIFT and with the central bank. We are isolated from the whole financial world. No, right now we can have access to that global financial market. Especially, I'm expecting that many banks, international banks, will open branches in Syria, and they will really push and induce that growth rate and inject more money in the economy to have more investment, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism. As you may see, everybody is interested in getting to the Syrian market. CMA right now, they're managing the French company, managing Latakia port, Dubai World, ports. They are right now managing Tartus ports. Today we had the Saudi foreign minister with it's an officials from the financial arena to prepare after 2 weeks from today to bring many, I would say like tens of investors and companies, Saudis, to come to invest in Syria. Besides, right now they're negotiating with the 5 American companies about oil and gas. See, we are really attracting investors, and these companies, when they will operate from Syria, they might be part of the stock market, and any average Syrian can go and buy their stocks. So,
Dr. Osama Khadi, I do apologise, but we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that we can have you back on the show again soon. Thank you. Britain will build up to 12 new attack submarines following a major defence review. The plans are designed to prepare the UK to fight a modern war and counter threat from Russia. It comes as President Trump told Europe it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Here's some of what the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, said about the landmark Strategic Defence Review earlier today.
We are moving to warfighting readiness as the central purpose of our armed forces. When we are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, the most effective way to deter them is to be ready. And frankly, to show them that we're ready, to deliver peace through strength. I can announce today that we're going to build at least 6 new munitions factories in the United Kingdom, generating over 1,000 jobs. We will build thousands of new long-range weapons in the United Kingdom to boost European deterrence, supporting around 800 more jobs. we will defend our homeland by investing in our air and missile defence to better protect these islands.
We can now speak to former British MP and former chair of the UK Defence Select Committee, Tobias Alwood. Tobias, always great to have you on the show. First off, what's your initial reaction to the plans unveiled by the Prime Minister today? Is it enough to protect the UK from global threats?
Well, good afternoon. You heard the strong language there by the Prime Minister, and that's echoed right across the piece here. Britain needs to become war ready, if you like, given how dangerous the world is becoming. The threats we now face are more serious and less predictable than at any time since the Cold War. We've got this war raging in Europe. Russia hasn't changed its stance. New nuclear risks are there, as well as us on the receiving end of daily cyber attacks. So we do need to upgrade our defence posture. And like with many nations, we've fallen behind in how we approach defence over the last couple of decades. It's been a pretty easy couple of decades, but those days are now over because the very character of conflicts is changing as those threats indeed increase. So this defence review is certainly ambitious in overhauling and upgrading what Britain will look like. The big question, though, is whether the money will be there to spend what is actually quite elaborate plans to take our Army, Air Force, Navy, our cyber and space capabilities into another place.
Tobias, you say there that we've fallen behind over in the UK when it comes to defence. What happened with the Conservative government when they were in power? Why was not enough money put into defence? And why does it seem to be that Europe is clamouring to try and shore up its borders now?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, but we need to place in perspective what the threats looked like 10 or 15 years ago. And when there's pressure on governments to provide money for domestic matters, for schools, for health and so forth, for local policing, one of the budgets that is easy to cut is defence. But now those threats are changing. We can see, even from Britain as well, that the world's getting more dangerous. There's ever greater demand to do something about it. But this defence review doesn't come with commitments on spending. We're going to have to wait a week or so before the government then has a full spending review, announcements of where all that money will go across the government departments. And then we'll also have to wait until, in fact, the end of the summer before the Ministry of Defence then spells out the 62 recommendations which have been made in today's paper as to how it will respond to that, how it will deal with those threats, the minutiae, if you like, the blueprints in how Britain's defence will look for the next decade.
Yes, I think that financially it's been questions asked because Starmer has avoided setting exact date for reaching the 3% defence spending target. But Tobias, moving on, how crucial is the UK's support when it comes to protecting other countries right now? Or do you think its lack of defence means it's just becoming less of a crucial ally for some countries? Like, could we put boots on the ground in Ukraine? Is there enough soldiers at the moment?
Yeah, you make a very important point, and I felt this when I served in the British Army, that actually Britain does more than just defend its own interests. We try and lead in Europe. We try to take a positive view of the world, but as a force for good, willing to step forward, perhaps when other nations hesitate. We do that because of our history, our interest, what happened during the Second World War, informing our global order and working closely with allies. We can only do that if we have the hard power backing our diplomacy. And that's why it's all the more important that we do upgrade our defense posture in this way. Because, as you say, the world is getting more dangerous. It's more complicated than perhaps in the past because authoritarian states are actually starting to team up together. They're starting to work together to challenge that global order, to actually pursue an alternative vision as to where our world should go. So there's all the more reason, all the more pressure for Britain to sort itself out.
And I just want to ask you one last thought on these peace talks we saw today between Russia and Ukraine. Second round finished within an hour. what needs to happen next to get things moving a little bit more? Do we need to see sanctions on Russia? What needs to change?
Yeah, well, let me just express my frustration in the fact that as we talk about upgrading our defense posture, there also needs to be that will to fight, to stand up to enemies, to look them in the eye and say, no, you're not going to advance. And I'm afraid Russia, Putin specifically, has taken advantage of our timidity. If you think of all the debates we had over every single bit of kit that we've slid across the table to Ukraine, you know, from the simple missile systems to tanks, F-16s, and even those long-range missiles. There's been a public debate about it, about whether we're going to spook Putin into using the nuclear weapons and so forth, rather than having that Cold War statecraft that we saw around the Cuban Missile Crisis, to understand the escalatory ladder, but to do what's right for Ukraine. This war could have been over a long time ago had NATO had the strength of character to stand up and support a European nation in its hour of need. What we're seeing now, this audacious attack in Russia, is Ukraine's absolute desire to want to advance and continue fighting. So, long answer, I'm afraid, but the short answer is there is actually no place at the moment for either side to come to the table to agree any form of ceasefire, let alone a peace agreement, because neither of them think that that's in their interest to do so. Both will keep fighting.
Tobias Alwood, a long answer is always okay. Thank you again for joining us. Always great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Russia and Ukraine have agreed to exchange prisoners after peace talks in Istanbul, as Turkey says it will take steps to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. A 45-year-old man has been charged with murder after an attack at a rally supporting Israeli hostages in Colorado. And trading on the Damascus Securities Exchange has restarted after being closed for 6 months as leaders plan to rebuild its economy. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The rail deal is coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The Ukraine drone attack on Russian air bases attracted most attention from newspapers and media outlets today, while the killing of over 20 Palestinians by Israeli fire as huge crowds gathered at an aid distribution point received quite a bit of coverage as well. Many newspapers also focused on the attack on a pro-Israeli demonstration in Colorado, while others thoroughly reported on the victory of the Polish nationalist candidate who is backed by President Trump in the Polish presidential elections. Let's start with the Washington Post, where Max Boot wrote analyzing Ukraine's drone attack on Russian air bases, saying it is indeed a major shift in warfare. The review argues that the operation, like Pearl Harbor, signals the decline of traditional military assets. Ukraine's use also of cheap drones to damage expensive bombers exposes new vulnerabilities for all militaries. The article suggests that air bases everywhere are now at risk from low-cost, high-impact drone attacks. It highlights Ukraine's adaptability and also innovation, compensating for shortages in air defenses. While not decisive, the attack shows Ukraine's resilience and could indeed force global militaries to rethink strategies and also invest in counter-drone systems. The piece concludes that Ukraine's ingenuity is reshaping the battlefield and challenging old assumptions. Other newspapers, like The Telegraph, took an interest in this attack as well, publishing a detailed analysis of its results and meaning for Russia and the US. This article reviews how Ukraine's security service spent 18 months planning this covert operation, saying it's a major morale boost for Ukraine and a blow to Russian military power. The analysis also comments or contends that it also embarrasses President Trump, who has downplayed Ukraine's capabilities. The review concludes that Ukraine's innovation and resilience are reshaping modern warfare, proving it still has powerful options in the conflict. The editorial board of the Wall Street Journal asked an important question regarding the pause on the new Trump sanctions against Iran. The editorial wondered what happened to the maximum pressure Trump promised to impose on Iran. And this article reviews the White House's recent pause on new sanctions against Iran, analyzing its implications for U.S. foreign policy. The review notes that the directive coming from the press secretary instead of the usual channels signals confusion within the administration. Also, the article argues that this pause may weaken the maximum pressure strategy that has started to disrupt Iran's oil exports, especially to China. It raises concerns that Iran could exploit the pause to advance its nuclear program, as goodwill gestures in the past have been used to buy time. The review concludes that without clear communication and strategy, the U.S. risks losing leverage in nuclear talks, and the pause could undermine efforts to secure a stronger deal with Iran. To the Financial Times now, which published an analysis today of evacuation orders issued by Israeli Defense Forces to Palestinian civilians in Gaza, including satellite imagery showing Palestinians being squeezed into an ever denser and smaller piece of land. The piece focuses on the impact and intent of these evacuation orders, concluding that Israeli orders have forced most of Gaza's population into ever smaller, devastated areas, with over 80% of territory now off limits. The analysis also includes numerous visual tools that illustrates the shrinking area of Gaza still accessible to civilians. As you can see now in this, for example, map, this map shows the extent or how Israel indeed expanded the border military buffer zone from 300 meters before the war to around 1 kilometer after the war. You can see it here highlighted in blue, and it is worth noting that the entire Gaza Strip is 41 kilometers long and from 6 to 12 kilometers wide, as you can see on both sides. Also, the second map here shows the buffer zone is further even expanded in certain areas highlighted in blue, not just on the border, but also inside the Gaza Strip, while the remaining safe areas for civilians marked here in yellow are now only 20% of Gaza's original size. The next map here, this map actually depicts the heavily damaged areas that are no longer inhabitable. You can see it here in red and also brown. And this actually shows the extent of the spread of this damage across the whole of the Gaza Strip. More than 60% of Gaza's built-up area, including that which Palestinians are being forced to move to, are indeed heavily damaged. And the last map here, this is the map to show the new route that is called the Morag corridor in southern Gaza, which the IDF has constructed since April. And Israel's leaders are now suggesting they want to displace the remaining population south of this Morag, as you can see over there at the end of the map, south to that Morag corridor. The article argues that these moves are not just temporary safety measures, but may be aimed at permanently displacing Palestinians, with international observers and also the UN warning that this could amount to ethnic cleansing. The analysis highlights the extreme overcrowding, lack of resources, and destruction faced by displaced civilians. It concludes that Israel's strategy is reshaping Gaza's geography and risks a humanitarian catastrophe, raising serious legal and ethical concerns. Moving on to The Guardian, where Martin Konechny wrote an article reviewing Europe's recent shift towards confronting Israel over its actions in Gaza. After months of inaction, a majority of EU states now back a formal review of the EU-Israel Association Agreement, which grants Israel access or trade access, but requires respect for human rights. Led by the Netherlands, this move signals a major change indeed in the EU's political centre, as even traditional Israeli allies joined the call. The article highlights that the review, prompted by mounting civilian deaths and humanitarian concerns, could lead to suspending Israel's trade privileges, a real economic threat, since the EU is Israel's largest trading partner. The author concludes that while a full suspension is unlikely, the EU's pressure could grow if Israel's actions continue, making this a potential turning point in EU-Israel relations. The Times focused today on the long-awaited Strategic British Defence Review to be published, or due to be published today, with recommendations expected to focus on the shift to warfighting readiness. The newspaper reported on this review, which will set out the UK's 10-year defence plan, saying the government is likely to accept it in full, including a £15 billion plan for the UK's nuclear warhead programme. Opinion articles also published in The Times today address the issue, with some concluding that simply buying weapons will not stop UK's enemies. In fact, Trevor Phillips, who reviewed the strategic defence plan in his article, argues that Britain's current defence plans lack ambition and realism, especially compared to rivals like Russia and Poland. The author highlights that the UK's heavy reliance on the US for protection, warning that without American support, British military power is limited. The piece also criticizes the government for underinvesting in soft power tools like BBC World Service and international education. The article concludes that simply buying new military equipment is not enough. True security requires strategic vision, investment in influence, and honest recognition of Britain's reduced global power. Without this, the UK risks becoming irrelevant. To Le Monde now, where Benoit Hopkins wrote about the American rock star Bruce Springsteen's clash with the American president, saying the two men, who are only 3 years apart in age, represent two contrasting visions of America that are now clashing fiercely. This article reviews Bruce Springsteen's journey from acclaimed singer to outspoken anti-Trump activist. It traces how Springsteen, known for songs about working-class struggles, became a voice for forgotten Americans. The review also contrasts the singer's empathy and nostalgia with Trump's populism. Also noting their public clashes, it highlights Springsteen's long support for Democrats and his criticism of Republican leaders, especially Trump. The article observes that many working-class voters only aligned with, or once aligned with the rock star's values have shifted to Trump now, deepening America's political divide. Despite this, the piece concludes that while Springsteen continues to speak for those left behind, urging Democrats to reconnect with ordinary people, his music remains a call for empathy and social justice in divided times. And we'll end on a lighter note with a humorous article from The Guardian as well, where Van Badam wrote about a recent expenses scandal in Queensland, Australia. The scandal revolves around an Australian government company whose chairman billed taxpayers for a luxury hotel stay with his dogs. The story, which sparked debate over public spending, is set against the backdrop of Australia's booming pet culture. The article notes that pet ownership has surged post-pandemic, with nearly 70% of households now having pets. The author humorously explores how pets have become family members, fueling a luxury pet industry and even petfluencers online. It contrasts outrage over political pet perks with broader trend of lavish spending on animals. Badam concludes that while pet indulgence is now mainstream, our obsession with spoiling pets has gone too far, as dogs don't really care if their collars are from Burberry. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, The foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and China hold talks aimed at strengthening economic ties and boosting trade and investment between the two global powerhouses. Coming up, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's rapidly transforming healthcare sector, which is a key focus of both Vision 2030 and increasing private sector involvement. And as Saudi Arabia prepares to host the Hajj pilgrimage, we examine the financial impact and the preparations being made for the 1 million foreign pilgrims expected to pass through Mecca. Hello and welcome to the programme. Nearly 3 weeks on from the visit to the kingdom by the US President Donald Trump, high-level talks have been held between the finance ministers of Saudi Arabia and China, the world's #2 economy and the kingdom's top trading partner. Well, as well as focusing on strengthening bilateral ties, the talks also focused on economic and financial cooperation between the two countries. Well, addressing his Chinese opposite number, Lan Fo-an, the Saudi Finance Minister Mohammed Al-Jaddan highlighted the significance of both countries' roles in the global economy and the importance of deepening trade and investment ties. Well, he also drew attention to Saudi investment opportunities for China in infrastructure, in tourism and industry. Well, at the start of May, both countries signed close to 60 agreements and MOUs at the Saudi-Chinese Business Forum, which was held in Beijing. Well, I'm joined, as we are every week, by Ali Reza, who is the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us from London. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Ali, first of all, how much of a role do Saudi Arabia and China play in each other's economies?
Well, Tom, it's a known fact that China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, and exports to Saudi Arabia from China equaled north of $40 billion last year. Now, Saudi Arabia has maintained, I think, throughout this entire economic transformation process that it is a land open for business, open for trade, partnerships and relationships. And China, given the economic dominance does it have, it makes sense that a close relationship is maintained. We saw the Trump visit a few weeks ago, and naturally there is some tension from a trade perspective between the two sides. But once again, Saudi Arabia has demonstrated time and time again that it would like to see this region be a neutral ground and a welcoming ground to all to come participate in the trade, build partnerships, relationships, and collaborate. China is actually has been one of the largest greenfield FDI partners, inbound FDI partners over the last couple of years, with trade inbound totaling between 21 and 24, north of $21.6 billion. So, to add on to the commercial trade objectives, it's also, very reasonable to expect that a close relationship will be maintained as the nation seeks to diversify its economy and build industries, and considering the fact that FDI has a major role to play in that.
So what you're saying is that Saudi is playing it's a delicate balancing act, diplomatically speaking. We've got the world's #1 and #2 economies, the United States and China, both on side. I mean, how's it all working out?
Well, if recent events have been any indication, and I think we look closer to the sentiment across the world, yes, of course, there's some tensions between nations, between people, but when is there not tension between different regions? What's important, in my opinion, here is that Saudi Arabia continues to maintain the neutral approach, be respectful to the relevant partnerships that are being created with the different regions. There may be some points of contention, but if respect is shown to the various relationships and partnerships, then we can assume or expect that this will all see itself out in a positive manner. And I think that has been the case. There's a very long list of partnerships already in place, a lot of trade that is inbound towards Saudi Arabia, with China, for example, with the likes of BYD and Lenovo and Dahua, some of the entities that have created successful commercial partnerships in region. And similarly, there are many U.S. enterprises, particularly in the last couple of weeks, that have had some very successful relationships created as well. So, if all these things are highlighting any sentiment, it's that not only is Saudi Arabia happy to be playing the role of the a middle ground. It is a neutral ground, and people are respectful of that fact, and they are willing and capable of doing business nonetheless.
Stay with us, Ali. We're going to come back to you in just a moment. There are just a couple of related initiatives I wanted to discuss. And in a move that looks set to further cement ties between Saudi Arabia and China, a visa-free travel initiative has been announced for Saudi passport holders heading to China. All Saudi nationals, as well as the nationals of 3 other GCC countries, will be able to travel to China for business or tourism for up to 30 days without a visa. Well, this is on a trial basis. And as well as strengthening ties with the Chinese mainland, Saudi Arabia is ramping up efforts to boost trading activity with Hong Kong. Well, with that in mind, a 2-day event hosted by Saudi Tadawul Group and Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited was held last week, where it was announced that ETF tracking bonds issued by the Saudi government have begun trading in Hong Kong. So, Ali, just to wrap up this segment, I mean, China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, as we've been saying, and Saudi Arabia is China's largest trading partner in the Middle East. I mean, clearly, this is a relationship between Riyadh and Beijing that has grown extremely significantly during the course of the last 20 years, hasn't it?
Most definitely, Tom. Most definitely. First of all, I think it's important to recognize that China is a great trading partner to many nations, and even those that they perhaps have some contention with right now, whether we call that a trade war or tariff challenges and so on, they're still significant trading partners to all. So in my opinion, the reality of the fact is that, such economic powerhouses and prosperous nations, you have to maintain some relationships with in any case. And Saudi Arabia has not only maintained the relationship, but the relationship has flourished. Over the last couple of years, especially with the Vision 2030 momentum well and truly underway, we've seen a number of very interesting and exciting developments there. The PIF committed some sizable investments and partnerships with China to the tune of nearly $50 billion last year. We've seen the creation of joint ventures in region, particularly in the photovoltaics, renewable energy, battery energy storage system space, which we know China excels at and has done for multiple decades now. So this relationship is flourishing. Earlier, you mentioned there were some recent events with the Saudi Tadawul public market and at the Hong Kong Exchange. I think what we will continue to see is a culmination of capital partnerships, commercial interests, knowledge and technology being transferred to both sides, and an overall economic and industrial development, which is built on collaborative efforts.
OK, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following for you. And Saudi Arabia and Kuwait have announced the discovery of new oil in the partition zone. It marks the first finding since production resumed in the shared border area between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and its adjacent offshore area back in mid-2020. Well, the kingdom says the discovery is, quote, highly significant. The Saudi budget carrier Flyer deal may begin operating routes to Syria as early as July. That's according to the airline CEO Stephen Greenaway, who says approvals needed to begin flights to the war-torn nation have reportedly been granted. This follows another Saudi budget airline, Flynas, which has announced its first direct flight between Riyadh and Damascus as early as this week. All the Saudi carriers join a handful of international airlines in introducing or resuming flights to the country as sanctions against Syria are scaled back. And looking into Saudi Arabia's financial markets, the CEO of the Saudi Exchange says the country seeks to increase potential public offerings as it seeks to diversify its economy away from oil and develop its financial sector. Well, speaking to Bloomberg, Mohammed Al-Rumai says the markets can expect a series of IPOs from different industries, including tech and telecoms. Around 15 firms listed last year, with food and beverage taking the top spot. And the next highly anticipated IPO in the kingdom will come from the specialized medical company which operates hospitals in Saudi Arabia. Well, the retail subscription period will be the 15th and 16th of June, and the company has closed the books for institutional investors. Well, SMC is working with SNB Capital and EFG Hermes on the IPO. That leads us neatly into our next segment, because the healthcare sector is one of the many sectors of the Saudi economy undergoing rapid transformation. Well, driven by government initiatives, notably Vision 2030 and growing private sector involvement, healthcare has a critical role to play in the kingdom's economic diversification, and it contributes significantly to the non-oil GDP. We're now going to find out more about this sector, its long-term growth prospects, and how Saudi Arabia is firmly on the map for global medical tourism. Well, as we've been saying, healthcare is one of the kingdom's rapidly evolving sectors. Well, one company at the forefront of all this is the Specialized Medical Company, that is a leading private healthcare provider based in Riyadh. With an IPO on the horizon and major expansion underway, SMC is positioned as a key player in the region's healthcare future. We're going to cross to Riyadh now and speak to the company's CEO, Bassam Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Could you just, first of all, give us a brief overview of SMC and its role in Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector?
Hello. SMC started in 1999 in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as a VIP center and a same-day surgery center 25 years ago, with the idea of providing superior healthcare to the resident of the neighborhood and the suburb that it was serving. And within a few years, it received positive perception from the population, and it started expanding organically in the same campus that it was initially, up to becoming one of the largest private hospitals in Riyadh. And shortly after, another hospital was built in East Riyadh, and also it was a very successful launch during COVID-19. And it was started the operation at 2020 Q1, despite all the uncertainties, and turns out to be the right decision. The hospital became successful and led the board to take a decision to expand further and build 3 new hospitals in north of Riyadh to cover the need of the population and the big development happening in the north of the city. And few months later, the decision was taken to go public due to the quality, performance, and perception of patients. So the board took a decision to go IPO with a belief in going public, that it will add to the reputation of the hospital, to the exposure. It will improve the governance. It will improve the performance of the hospital on all levels. And this is why the decision was taken. The intention to float was announced in April. The institutional booking finished last week, and we have the individual subscription in the IPO after Eid. This is 15 to 16 of June, and hopefully we will be a publicly listed company before the end of June.
OK, you make a lot of points there. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the ones, the things you just said there. Let's start with that IPO then. I mean, clearly a huge milestone for the company. What do you think it means for the next phase of growth for SMC?
We believe the IPO will give better governance practices. It will improve transparency and disclosure practices. Definitely, it will accelerate the growth, especially with the very ambitious plan to add to our capacity from the current around 600 beds to more than double, to become 1,275 beds, and from 250 clinics to 660 clinics. Being a publicly listed company, it's not only help you in the practices, the best practices of corporate companies and governance, but also it will help if you are in a growth path with a short period of time. And we are aiming to more than double our capacity in less than 5 years. So by 2030, our 5 hospitals will be fully operational in Riyadh, with a big market share in the north of Riyadh, where a lot of urban developments are happening. So we believe the IPO is a very good enabler, exposing the company and improving the performance, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to pick up on those 5 hospitals in just a moment. But sticking with the IPO, what sort of interest are you seeing at this stage from investors?
Of course, we are in a period where we cannot announce the results, but they were a very good interest from institutional booking, the initial one, and after we issued the supplemental prospectus, and we will be able to announce the subscription and the pricing on June 3, succeeded by the individual prescription. But we have seen a very good interest, and despite all the fluctuations that are happening in the market, the demand on healthcare is still high. The interest of investors is still high, especially in sectors like healthcare that is truly supported by the government under the Saudi 2030 vision. So those sectors like healthcare are really less affected with the market fluctuations, and we were able to see that in the past few weeks.
Okay, so Dr. Shaheen, how do you think this is going to change SMC and everyone that works there? I mean, I'm talking about the IPO here. I mean, given you're going to be much more focused on profit and on the bottom line once you've listed, are you expecting a big change in the company?
It's one of the reasons when you consider going public is when you have solid performance. And SMC, since 2020, after the opening of SMC2 in east of Riyadh, has been having double-digit growth in EBITDA, in net profit, in revenue, and also in the number of patients and the quality of services that we are providing. And of course, when you become a publicly listed company, it's very important that to continue that growth, you continue delivering solid numbers to be able to satisfy the expectation of investors and also to fuel the expansion and the growth momentum. So we believe we are in a very good condition to continue with that growth. And probably the maximum benefit that investor will get is once all our projects are completed in 2029, and then all the investor will get the maximum benefit of such a investment.
Okay, Dr. Shaheen, just before we move on from talking about the IPO, any details you're able to offer us or share with us about the pricing?
Yeah, the pricing that has been announced 1 week after the intention to float was within the range of 24 to 25 Saudi riyal. The company is selling 75 million shares out of the total 250 million shares. This is 30% of the company. And the price range has been finalized, and the subscription, as I mentioned, has been completed for the institutions and investing companies. And this will be open to the public on the 15th and 16th of June. And we believe that the price range will be probably hitting the upper category of the announced pricing range.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we were talking just a minute ago about how your Riyadh base, you got 2 hospitals there in Riyadh, 3 more under development. Only Riyadh, or are you planning to expand perhaps to other regions of the country or even beyond Saudi Arabia?
The legacy of SMC has been well known in Riyadh since 25 years ago. Now, we are always open to any opportunity outside Riyadh, although our first priority right now is to improve our market share and footprint and presence in the capital. That's why our short-term and medium-term expansion plan focus on the capital to ensure we cover all the major districts that are underserved and underpenetrated by healthcare providers. At the same time, we are also involved in privatization that will be announced soon with the government, and this is also in Riyadh. And whenever we see there is an opportunity that will not really affect our strong expansion plan in Riyadh, out of Riyadh, we will consider it, and it's always on the table for discussion.
Okay, now, Dr. Shaheen, clearly healthcare is being transformed, like many other industries, by new technology, amazing innovations, artificial intelligence. How central is tech to your strategy at SMC?
SMC, since we started 25 years ago, we really embrace technology. We have developed our own IT team. We have developed all our software or our modules or our applications. And we kept on improving and adding and innovating since. Now, of course, the Saudi Arabia ecosystem is highly supportive for investment in technology. And we've seen the services provided by the Saudi government and many public systems are really one of the top in the world. And if you can see the effect, as one example only with the COVID-19, it was because of the use of technology and automation in Saudi Arabia that the response of Saudi Arabia were one of the best in the world. And SMC is, influenced a lot by that, and we have really prioritized investment in technology. Our mobile application, for example, has been developed in 2017. And in 2019, we were able to check in patients online virtually without having to talk to a reception or a nurse. So this online check-in was a feature 6 years ago, even 1 year before COVID was there. So the culture of innovation and using technology for patient experience improvement, having the patient in the center of the care, this also not only led to superior patient satisfaction, but also to operational efficiency. It's because of such technology and the use of some breakthrough features that we were able to see big numbers. We were able to really utilize our resources efficiently. And at the same time, we did not stop innovation. We've been adding features every few months. For example, at the beginning of the year, we have added the AI feature on the application itself after utilizing this internally in the hospital in 2024. Now, the artificial intelligence, it's a feature on our mobile application when any patient can ask AI to interpret in a very simple language what he's seeing as results, as reports. And we believe we are going into complete innovation in the coming few years where medical care is going more into predictive based on the behavior, based on the past history, with the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare is becoming more precise, more predictive, more smart.
Okay, you paint a picture there of a competitive landscape, amongst other things, for healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Sounds like everything's going really well for SMC, but what challenges do you face? For example, do you ever struggle to find the right talent or human resources?
Probably if you ask any healthcare executive in the world and you will tell him what's your challenge number one, it will be your question. Having the right healthcare talents on board. Probably we're fortunate in Saudi Arabia that we are operating in an environment where education was supported by the government very early. Since 30 years, Saudi Arabia has been investing in education, especially of doctors, and getting them with the best training and degrees all over the world. And those Saudi doctors are coming back and working in the public sector, and they are really adding value to the healthcare in general. Now, recently we have seen with the increase in emphasis on the private sector participation, as mentioned in the healthcare transformation program, we are seeing that shift where Saudi doctors are going to the private sector as they see more opportunities to grow. And also they are seeing the major expansions and the improvement in the services happening in the private sector. So fortunately, unlike other GCC nations, Saudi Arabia have a very good medical Saudi workforce, and the private sector is benefiting from this. And this is the way we are going forward, because this is a very strategic thing, investing in Saudi doctors. And we have taken initiatives not only accepting and recruiting and retaining Saudi doctors from the public sector, but we are also running a Saudi residency program for doctors. And we've been running that program for many years in multiple specialties. And every year we have doctors graduating from that Saudi board program. Many of them are offered a job in SMC. Regarding other paramedical staff, like ancillary, lab, X-ray, the market really is well served. We have a good percentage of the national available for hiring. The challenge of nursing, this is, it's a worldwide challenge. Even the most advanced countries in the world, like US, like Germany, they are suffering from unavailability of nursing workforce, especially after COVID, when that profession is becoming less acceptable by many students who are thinking of other specialties because of the stress and the uncertainties and the risk at that time. Now, of course, the world has suffered, but at the same time, the world was able to have a contingency plan by exploring new markets in which there is a strong and acceptable and accredited nursing program where you have some graduates available and not being able to benefit needed healthcare system like GCC and like in Europe. And we have seen SMC like other private sector, and we have seen also all companies going into new markets where hiring of nurses was not available in previous years. Like we used to get a lot of nurses from the Philippines in the 2010 to 2020. After 2020, hiring from the Philippines, it became a challenge for all healthcare providers in the world. And we've seen more new markets being open to us, including some countries in Africa and some countries in Far East. And I believe this correction in the market in terms of finding the right nursing talent is very important and will continue to be a challenge of all healthcare providers in the region, especially in Saudi Arabia. One final thing, it's important to know that we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the workforce. And this is very important, especially with the presence of very good programs in Saudi Arabia. And also nurses are finding the private sector as a very challenging and opportunity for them to grow. And we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the Saudi workforce in SMC.
Again, Dr. Shaheen, just lastly, I want to ask you about health tourism. Is SMC seeing an increase in the number of people who come to Saudi Arabia from outside for medical treatment? And is SMC interested and focused on growing health tourism revenue?
Now, I've been in Riyadh for 25 years, and I remember 25 years, many of our patients used to come from GCC region, from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Emirates, from Bahrain. And all this shift of international patient was increasing with time. There are many multiple reasons for that. One of them, the very strong infrastructure of the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. The last years, when you see Saudi Arabia opening up to the world, those mega projects, entertainment, retail, residential, attractions, it's the access to Saudi Arabia that is probably the easiest one in history. A lot of people from all over the globe can now access Saudi Arabia within an instant visa system. So this is all putting a lot of opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be targeted in a location in the region where will attract a lot of patients requiring international care. The care in Saudi Arabia has been always among the top in the region. Many hospitals in Saudi Arabia are ranked among the top hospitals in the world. The specialties and the experience and the expertise that you find in Saudi Arabia is unparalleled as compared to neighboring countries. So there are a lot of opportunity that we see in the future in terms of medical tourism. And I think the infrastructure and the ecosystem existing right now and what's happening in 2030 vision in terms of all those mega projects will all help in establishing more Saudi Arabia as a reference medical destination in the region.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. The CEO of SMC, that's the Specialized Medical Center, Dr. Bassam Shaheen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We're going to stay with healthcare now, and we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Walid Zahir, who is a distinguished medical leader and innovator. You're also recognized, Doctor, as a top healthcare leader by Forbes Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Amongst other things, you are the founder of Rewind. I want to ask you, first of all, Dr. Zahir, You're described as being at the forefront of the transformative healthcare revolution in Saudi Arabia. Tell us a bit about that revolution.
So, yes, thank you very much for hosting me. And Saudi, in the past few years, have taken the transformative journey, which includes healthcare, which being a part of the 2030 vision. And that is transform healthcare from treating diseases and being able to detect diseases to also being predictive and preventive. That means that there will be a decrease in the disease burden, which allows the healthcare regulators and the healthcare operators to focus more on the disease burden, but also to focus on a healthy population versus focusing on a disease or sick population. That gives you a society where there is more healthy people who are contributing to the society, more people who are contributing to the transformation journey of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030.
Tell us a bit about how healthcare is central to Vision 2030. In what ways?
So, again, any society in the world is based on the contribution of their healthy individuals. And if you have a lot of sick people, then that for certain affects the momentum with this transformation is happening. So the focus and the initiative and one of the pillars of the 2030 vision in healthcare, one of them is the understanding the population of Saudi, understanding the background genetics of Saudi, understanding the disease burdens of the healthcare, and then applying that into actions that can prevent diseases instead of treating them. That leads to a society that has more healthy people, and healthy people are the pillar of executing the vision of 2030 for the country.
And that brings me to a question I was going to ask you later, but you mentioned it already. The Saudi Genome Program. It's an enormous database, isn't it? It's been built up over a number of years. Tell us how it works and what it's all about.
So the Saudi Genome Project is not a new initiative. It's actually an old initiative. It goes back to the mid-2010s. It's being relaunched now at the Saudi Genome Project 2.0 to cope with the Saudi 2030 version. But the Saudi Genome Project, in essence, is an ambitious project to understand the genetic makeup of the population of Saudi Arabia, and then trying to apply that to the existing healthcare by having a predictive and preventive and value-based healthcare. And that is the essence of almost all the new initiatives around the world. I was honored and lucky for a company that I owned previously, which we work with the government to do the national strategy for the relaunch of the Saudi Genomic Program, and to give insights about what is being done around the world and how can we reapply that on the Saudi Genome Project itself.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a practical application of how that information is then used, Dr. Zahar?
So, for example, let's take the example that you have previously said, cancers. By understanding the genetic makeup of Saudis, we get treatments that are done through clinical trials that are done outside of Saudi most of the time, which means the whole population that the clinical trial and the drug is being tested on are mostly from different people, maybe Caucasian, maybe African, maybe Asians, Europeans, but they're not Saudis, which means that while the clinical trial is positive and it's treating a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has the same efficacy when it comes to treating Saudi people. And by applying that knowledge from the Saudi Genome Project to drug development around the world, you can have diseases that are more versatile and more efficient in treating cancers, which mean less resistant people and more people who are recovering or being cured from cancers.
I know you're not sort of so much focused on the business side of things. You are, after all, a medical doctor. But there is a business argument to this, isn't it? That if you have a healthy population, you catch diseases before they become acute or serious, I mean, obviously, everyone's a winner, but there is also a financial advantage to all of this, isn't it? So that public money isn't wasted unnecessarily.
Of course, that's what they call the disease burden that a lot of healthcare regulators are going through. So every disease has a cost to be treated, and if you're able to actually detect or prevent or both, then you're decreasing the disease burden, which allows you to have a financial ease in spending this money on other things in the healthcare, let it be prevention or prediction or even keeping the people within a longevity / healthy aging perspective.
So it's more personalized for the Saudi population. Can it get more personalized beyond that and perhaps narrow down different segments or different gene pools within Saudi society and perhaps make medical treatment even more targeted than just saying you're Saudi, so this is the treatment protocol. Can you make it more personalized than that?
See, genomics is a very new subtype of medicine or science. And yes, while we're talking about a Saudi population, but there is a lot of intertwined genes between Saudi population and their neighboring countries and around the world. So we're not necessarily seeing diseases that are coming from a certain gene within a Saudi population, but maybe more prone. And if you discover new genes or new susceptibilities in the Saudi population, that doesn't mean that it's not applicable to other populations as well. And to add to that, Saudi is a part of the GCC and the Arabic countries, so we share a lot of common genes, so whatever applies to us maybe or most probably applies to other neighboring countries as well, because at the end we have lived here in this part of the world for thousands of years.
Tell us a bit about longevity, because I think that's something that you're quite focused on, and you obviously are an expert on that. What breakthroughs have we seen in longevity, and in what ways do you think Saudi Arabia is really leading in this respect?
So longevity is this new branch where when we studied medicine 30 years ago, it did not exist. Even the word did not exist. It comes now from all the advances in medicine and science being applicable to beyond discovering and treating diseases. How can we keep healthy people healthy? And that's the essence of longevity. Longevity does not, in my humble opinion, is not trying to make people live longer. It's trying to make people live healthier and increase the quality of life versus, increasing the length of life. A person who's 70 years old could be 70 years old with a matching healthy biological clock, or could be having a 50 years old biological clock, which means he's 70, but he's having the healthy of a 40 or a 50 years old. And that's the essence of longevity. We're trying to hold or rewind the healthy aging clock, which is, again, inevitable in any person. We're trying to just hold it or rewind it or make people age, but with better quality of life. That is translated into either preventing diseases or keeping, the progression of disease halted at a certain stage. Saudi is one of the first countries in the region that have adopted the longevity notion on a national scale. That, for example, there is the mandate for the establishment of the NGO by His Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi, which called the Evolution Foundation. This foundation is tackled for now into looking into the advanced sciences and promoting longevity-based practices, longevity-based medicine in Saudi Arabia. We are going to see a lot of changes in the healthcare based on the initiatives that are taken by the Evolution Foundation and other either public or private establishment in the region and especially in Saudi as well.
And what you've just said explains the name Rewind to me in greater clarity. How is society in Saudi Arabia reacting to this? Do you feel like these healthcare and longevity initiatives have captured the imagination of the Saudi public? Do you feel like everyone is on board?
Yes and no. Longevity and genomic sciences is because of their nature being new. It's not known to a lot of people. So a part of whatever the governments and certain institutions like Evolution is doing is educating the public about the existence of a parallel track than hospitals and being sick, which is sustaining or keeping yourself healthy. Once you educate people that you don't necessarily have to have a disease because you are aging. You don't necessarily have to. You can improve your lifestyle. You can improve your well-being by adopting certain practices. Of course, people are gonna adopt, these initiatives, but public education is a part of the longevity journey just because it's a new initiative and a new branch of medicine.
There is this ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a health and wellness destination. What's being done to put Saudi Arabia on the map and make sure it stays there as a center for medical and healthcare excellence?
I would say that Saudi is already on the map when it comes to, again, excellent healthcare, and that's one of the pillars of having longevity initiatives. You have to start from having an excellent baseline of healthcare, which Saudi already has. Again, I go back to the same example by having initiatives like the Saudi Genome Project or the establishment of Evolution Foundation. All of these and other things that goes within the pillars of the Saudi 2030 initiative for healthcare, all these localization of R&D and localization of research and development for pharma companies and drug development.
And obviously there's great ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a leader in healthcare and wellness. Are we starting to see an increase in the number of tourists coming to Saudi Arabia specifically for healthcare and medical treatment?
I would say yes. There was a boom in the number of tourism and tourists that are coming to Saudi because of the new initiatives that happened in the past few years. And I would say that in the next few years, we're going to see tourism as a part of the contributors to the Saudi GDP, and that's a part of the Saudi vision to diverse from petrol, and tourism is being one of them. And the initiatives that we have now with Al-Qidya, with NEOM, with the establishment of all of that, having medical tourism, which is a subset of tourism, is a no-brainer. It will happen. It's happening now. As a part of the big initiative of opening the country for tourism on multiple fronts, including medical tourism as well. And that also is led by the advanced healthcare and advanced healthcare institutions that we have in Saudi. We have some of the best hospitals in the world and some of the best doctors in the world, and all of that contributes to advancing medical tourism in Saudi.
And just lastly, you are, of course, an example of homegrown talent in Saudi Arabia. You did your medical studies initially in Saudi Arabia, your home country. I'm assuming a lot has changed since then. Are we seeing an increase in the number of applicants for medical studies positions, roles in hospitals, roles in the medical field? Do you think this is a sector that's a magnet for an increasing number of homegrown Saudi doctors?
Of course, and medicine is one of these specialties where you need to be knowledgeable about what's happening around the world. It's not a local specialty, it's a worldwide specialty. You need to know the advances in North America and in Europe and in Asia and apply it to your home country. I would say now that we are in the phase where we're still seeking higher education outside, but we also are seeing applicants from other countries that are coming to be trained in Saudi Arabia, which is a testimony of how advanced is our healthcare. So that's, I would say, the shift from 30 years ago when I studied medicine in Saudi to now. Now we're teaching medicine around the world to other people.
And just very briefly, lastly, I mean, obviously, you mentioned it earlier on, that Saudi Arabia is diversifying away from oil revenue. Healthcare, do you think it's likely to be an increasing importance, contributing to that GDP bottom line? How much it actually contributes to the Saudi economy in the years ahead?
This number is being increased by these initiatives. I think it's better to refer to the 2030 vision. It would have their expected numbers of how much healthcare and longevity and healthcare tourism would contribute to the GDP. But even 100%, we are seeing a drastic shift from Saudi doing medicine for Saudis to Saudi doing medicine for the whole world, and trying to localize and having the security for our own country, for drug development, for advances in medicine, for discovering our own pharmaceuticals as well, is a part of the whole contribution to the Saudi 2030 vision.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Walid Zahar. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
Let's get a check of some other stories for you now. Saudi Arabia's artificial intelligence startup Humane, which was launched in early May and which is backed by the Public Investment Fund, is set to launch a $10 billion venture capital fund. This as the kingdom pushes ahead with plans to make it a global AI hub. Well, Humane's expansion strategy also includes establishing 1.9 gigawatts of data center capacity by the year 2030. Saudi Arabia's renewable energy utility firm Aqua Power says that it's signed a preliminary agreement to develop some 12.5 gigawatts of renewable energy generating capacity in Malaysia. This with an initial investment of up to $10 billion. Well, Aqua says it's also signed a strategic partnership agreement with several Malaysian companies for energy and desalination projects. And the Chinese robo-taxi company WeRide has announced that it's expanding into Saudi Arabia. WeRide has been testing its driverless vehicles in Riyadh and elsewhere, and the company says it expects commercial services to start later on this year. And finally, Saudi Arabia is preparing to host the annual Hajj pilgrimage, which begins this week. Well, more than 1 million foreign pilgrims have arrived in Mecca to perform the Islamic ritual. It lasts several days and requires performing a series of rites. Well, with temperatures climbing to the high 30s and low 40s centigrade, Saudi authorities are taking additional measures to combat the effects of deadly heat. This includes more shaded areas, new cooler flooring tech, greater access to healthcare, the use of drones for monitoring, and even the use of AI to crunch data. Well, let's listen to what the Saudi Hajj minister had to say.
To mitigate the risk of heat, we worked on many different projects. We increased the shaded areas in walkways by more than 50,000 square meters. And also, we established more than 400 water cooling units. On the other aspect, also, we worked on new flooring technologies that reduce the heat when people walk in the different walkways. Also, we established more than thousands of misting fans to cool the temperature in the walkways. The Red Crescent increased their number of paramedics from 1,750 to 7,500 paramedics. And they established 71 mobile units where they can reach anyone in need in a very short time. We use a large number of sensors to monitor the movement of pilgrims across their journey. We use these to feed us with information about their movement and to ensure it's coherent with our crowd management plans, and it helps us to intervene in a fast way of if there is any risk and mitigate it. We use advanced AI technologies to do this monitoring and get fast feedback.
The Hajj Minister speaking there. Well, let's wrap up this program with a quick check-in again with Ali Reza, a strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, just wanted to ask you a very simple question before we close. I mean, what is the economic impact of the Hajj on Saudi Arabia?
Tom, the Hajj is, of course, sacred to Muslims across the world. So if you consider the population of several billion people, all considering it's an important requirement of their lifetime to visit. Naturally, this is a big aspect of this. Now, I mean, related to that, there's also a range of services and infrastructure that's needed to facilitate all of this. So in Vision 2030, there is a dedicated program for the Pilgrim Experience. So the Pilgrim Experience program is a key initiative out of the 11 to develop the quality of that experience for people visiting from around the world. And one of the intentions was to achieve an 85% satisfaction rate of services that are provided in the Hajj and Umrah program, by the way. And it's estimated that the Hajj time adds anywhere up to 30% revenue to the local surrounding economy. And of course, the Umrah is year-round and also a key part of the pilgrim experience. So it's not limited to simply the Hajj period. So if you would extrapolate this across the year and consider the infrastructure, urban development, services, healthcare, and general travel-related services required, it's a very significant impact to the economy, but also an impact that's related to something that is very sacred and very personal to many people around the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Strategic Advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. See you again next week.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Labour has let you down and the Tories are toast. That's the message from Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, and the public appear to be listening. The one-time right-wing fringe party has surged in the polls. But can Reform really replace the Conservative opposition? And how much of its success is down to Labour's failure? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Nigel Farage has never shied away from a headline, but these recent comments could be amongst his boldest.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space. They are toast. You're witnessing the end of a party that's been around since 1832. It's disappearing.
There's no doubt Reform is on a roll. In recent local elections, it picked up 10 councils and 2 mayoral positions. And it's polling ahead of Labor and the SNP in upcoming Scottish by-elections. But the next general election is still 4 years away. Is it too soon to claim it's dethroned the Conservative opposition and shattered the UK's historical two-party system? Well, it must be doing something right, though. In a bid to turn around some appalling polling numbers, the Labor government has been cannibalising some of Reform's anti-immigration rhetoric.
Every area of the immigration system, work, family and study, will be tightened up so we have more control. But I want to be very clear on this. If we do need to take further steps, if we do need to do more to release pressure on housing and our public services, then mark my words, we will.
On today's Counterpoints debate, we'll ask, what's behind Reform's recent surge? Is immigration really to blame for the UK's economic woes? And how much of Reform's success is down to Labor's failure? Stay with us. Well, to discuss the incredible shift in the British political landscape, I'm joined by Humza Yousaf, the former Scottish First Minister and current SNP member for the Scottish Parliament, and Matt Goodwin, a professor of politics who writes for his Matt Goodwin Substack. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here on Counterpoints. It's been just 10 months since Labor swept into power with a 174-seat majority in the House of Commons. You wouldn't know it, though, when you look at the current polls. I mean, it's quite astounding when you see that Reform Party is the top choice for many prospective voters on the current YouGov website. Nigel Farage's party won the largest vote share in local elections at the beginning of May. And the man who led the Brexit campaign is now en route to cause another huge political upset. So, Humza, let me ask you first. Why do you think we are seeing this surge in support for Reform UK?
Well, I think there's probably a few reasons for it. First and foremost, this is not happening in a vacuum. You've had at least 20 years of normalising rhetoric that was only ever really only heard by those in the hard right. So you would hear anti-immigration rhetoric from those in the fringes, and those now in power in Westminster over successive governments, be they Tory or Labour, have adopted language like British jobs for British workers, stop the boats, island of strangers. And therefore, normalising that rhetoric, I think, gives legitimacy to that rhetoric. What's also happened, and is significant, is over that 20 years, to use a Scottish word, people feel scunnered. They feel fed up, exasperated, because their living standards have dropped, had the biggest drop in living standards since records began, when the Conservatives were in. And then Labour swept in with a promise of change, only to take money off pensioners, money off the disabled, and betray the WASPy women of pensionable age, who were promised compensation when Labour got in, but not given it. So you have these twin issues going on, where legitimacy of the language over the last 2 decades, a complete failure by political parties in Westminster to offer a hopeful alternative. And of course, populism thrives at a time of economic hardship, and it thrives on dividing the population into us versus them. And I'm afraid the them is now migrants. And we are seeing a rapid rise in Reform, to the point where virtually every single opinion poll in the last 6 months would tell you that if there's a general election tomorrow, Reform would be the largest party, which is deeply worrying, in my opinion.
Matthew, what do you make of Humza's assessment there? Is it just that the rhetoric has been normalised, or do you think people are identifying with their policies?
Well, no, I completely disagree with what we've just heard, which is the view that it's illegitimate to worry about very real-world historic shifts that are reshaping the country. It's not the rhetoric or language of politicians that are driving support for reform. It's the very real, very deliberate policy backed by the UK state, backed by almost all of the mainstream parties, to impose mass uncontrolled immigration on the country, to lose control of our borders, to have 160,000 illegal migrants and asylum seekers enter Britain while breaking our laws, costing UK taxpayers upwards of £7 billion a year. Now, yes, economic insecurity and anxiety is part of that story, but it is entirely legitimate. It is entirely justified for the British people to say, we are not going to allow our politicians to impose what is an extreme experiment supported by only 10 to 15% of people in Britain to allow millions of people to migrate into the country, more than 80% of whom are coming from outside of Europe, with no serious plan for how we're going to integrate these people, for how we're going to support our national economy, and how we're going to continue to maintain our public services. That is why people are voting reform, because the establishment has imposed on them this project which nobody voted for.
Humza, what do you make of that? Is immigration at the heart of everyone's concerns here, or is this just a scapegoat issue that Reform knows is popular with a certain segment and it also gets headlines in the media?
Well, let's first of all, I think, try to deal with the issue and the notion that Nigel Farage is somehow anti-establishment. The man is a multi-millionaire. He is as part of the establishment as you can get. And let's also not play fast and loose with figures, although Matt has done that in the past when he's falsely claimed that 50% of social housing in London goes to those who are not British. It was found to be 14%. Let's stick to some of the facts.
48%.
Look at the
48%.
No, 14%. You were proven wrong by Mehdi Hassan, actually.
48% of social housing in London. 48%.
And, of course, only 14% was the figure, of course, of social housing that went to those who are not British. But let's deal with some actual facts on the ground. By 2050, the UK will have a dependency ratio of 1 in 4 people over 65. That means we are going to have, and we have, a huge working age demographic time bomb. We also know that by 2050, in both the UK and the European Union, that they will need approximately 45 million workers to sustain our public services. So far from being a burden on our public services and our social services, migrants, whether they're the 30% who are not British who make up junior doctors in England, whether they're those who are in social care, or indeed in the private sector who are working in our hospitality and retail sector, this country needs migration, not uncontrolled migration, by the way. There's no sensible person, I think, in this country, and certainly no politician, that argues for uncontrolled migration. There has to be controlled migration. But my goodness, this country's economic prosperity, as well as the European continent's economic prosperity, relies on migration. How on earth are we going to prosper when this continent needs 45 million workers between now and 2050 if we bring up the drawbridge and don't allow people to come here, upskill them, yes, give them lessons and opportunities to learn English. But this country has required immigration, currently is being propped up by immigration, and needs immigration in the future.
Matthew, how is the country going to deal with what Humza's describing as a working age demographic time bomb?
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that every Western nation is facing a demographic crisis. I would completely agree with that. But the way that we're going about trying to solve it is absolute lunacy. Every major study that we've now got on the fiscal effects of migration on Western economies shows that the very kind of mass migration we're pursuing, which is mainly low skill, low wage, poor levels of education from outside of Europe is a net fiscal cost, not a net fiscal benefit. Even the Office for Budget Responsibility in the UK now concedes this point. Even Keir Starmer, in his speech a couple of weeks ago, now concedes this point, that this experiment is not only undermining our prosperity, it is also making things like the housing crisis worse, undermining wages of workers. The workers that people on the left of politics used to care about, but they no longer do, because feeling morally righteous is now more important to the left than actually delivering an economy that works. What we are doing is we are pushing people into a Ponzi scheme. It's a population trap, because what Hamza did not mention there is that, guess what? Migrants get old too. They also use the welfare state. They also use public services. So if our answer to the demographic crisis is let's just keep having more migration, and by the way, let's keep having more low-skill migration, that is not the answer. The answer to this problem is a limited amount of genuinely high-skill migration, which is what politicians promised the British people, Labour politicians and Conservative politicians. They didn't deliver that. They lied to the British people. At the same time as we invest in pro-family policies in the UK, and we encourage people from these islands to have more children. That's a twofold response that we need. That's what Israel's been doing. It's what Hungary and Poland have been doing. The evidence so far is a bit mixed. But we need to do what we did with smoking and the environment. We need to fundamentally change the culture in this country, so we are incentivizing people to have more children, and we are supporting British families, not making life harder for them by saying, well, mass immigration is the answer.
Okay.
That is not the answer to this problem.
All right, Hamza, how would you respond to those points that Matthew's made?
Well, great to see that Matt's two inspirations are Viktor Orban, an authoritarian figure in Europe, and Israel, of course, the government that's headed by a man that's wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes. Those are the inspirations that we should be taking. Let's just look at the facts here. We have both an aging population and a declining birth rate. If you do not have migration coming to this country, nobody is going to look after Matt when he's an old man. Nobody's going to look after my children when they are old. And Matt talks about not wanting low-skilled migration. He terms social care as low-skilled. I'll tell you, it's not low-skilled. I've been into many care homes, in fact, in my constituency where I am speaking to you today. So if we don't bring in people to help take care of our elderly, who on earth is going to do it? So absolutely grow our own, where we can create a pipeline of young people to go into professions, whether it's social care, whether it's the NHS, the private sector, yes. But we have a declining birth rate and an ageing population. Even if you got every single person in the United Kingdom into work, you're going to have unbelievable amount of shortages, not just in what Matt terms as high-skilled jobs, but also what traditionally has been termed, I think incorrectly, as low-skilled jobs. So people on the right used to claim to be the party of economic prosperity. If we follow their policies, Matt's policies, Reform's policies, then this country, this continent, is going to suffer absolute economic collapse. And let me just give you one example. Let's keep sticking to facts where we can. We've seen that one of the outliers when it comes to economic growth in the European continent, in the EU in particular, over the last few years, has been Spain. Spain's economy has grown to by around about 3% GDP per capita 2022 to 2024. The Bank of Spain's own analysis tells us that over 20% of that growth, that contribution comes from immigration. So let me say once again, nobody is suggesting uncontrolled immigration, but we need migration for the prosperity of this country. And the sooner people like Matt and Reform acknowledge that, the better. Otherwise, I'm afraid it is their children, our children, future generations, that will pay the heaviest price for this foolish policy of bringing up the drawbridge.
Hamza, I just want to push back on one thing, because I know you need to leave us shortly. Matt, I'll give you a chance to respond to what Hamza's been saying when we bring on our next guest. But let me ask you this, Hamza. If what you're saying is is true and if it makes perfect sense, why isn't the current Labor government drilling down on these exact issues? Why instead are they cannibalising rhetoric and slogans from other parties and going down an anti-immigration line? Are they equally to blame for the conversation we're needing to have now?
Well, of course, it's a foolish strategy. They believe that they can try to retain some of their voter base by sounding a bit like Reform, by sounding a bit like Farage, as opposed to coming up with the alternative, and an alternative vision that's rooted, I would suggest, in hope and, of course, of economic prosperity. But my very simple message to the Prime Minister, and frankly to anybody, is that you cannot out-Farage Nigel Farage. You cannot be more extreme in your anti-immigration rhetoric than the very man who's made a living out of it. So it is a foolish political strategy. That's why Labour have been hammered in the polls. We have a by-election here in Scotland next week. I suspect Labour, in what used to be their heartlands in Scotland, will get an absolute drubbing. Reform have every chance of coming second. My goodness, I certainly hope they don't win the seat up here in Scotland. So, look, I'm not saying that Reform haven't been clever or smart in the way that they have approached their politics. It's populism 101, present very simple solutions to very complex problems, divide society into us versus them. What progressives have failed to do, and I've got to accept, of course, my role in this, what we failed to do is say, well, here's what the alternative actually is. Here's what the hopeful alternative is, not dismissing the concerns that people have, but here's what the alternative is to a much better society where actually we should look at our inclusivity as a strength, not as a weakness, and by the way, very much as a necessity if we want the UK and Europe to economically prosper and not fall off the edge of a cliff.
Matt, I'm going to give you the chance to respond to those points that Humza has made shortly. Stay with us, Matt Goodwin. But Humza Yousaf, I know that we're out of time with you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints. Humza Yousaf, the former First Minister of Scotland and current SNP member in the Scottish Parliament. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
OK, well, as we've lost our time with Humza Yousaf, we have a new guest to bring onto our panel for Counterpoints. John McTernan, political strategist, commentator and former political secretary to then Labor Prime Minister Tony Blair, joins the Counterpoints panel alongside, of course, our guest who has been with us from the top of the show, Matt Goodwin, Professor of Politics, who writes on his Matt Goodwin Substack. John, thanks for joining our panel here on Counterpoints. We had Humza pushing back on some anti-immigration points that Matthew had made. Matt, I said I would give you the right of reply. Even though Humza's not here to hear it, give us your take on what he had to say.
Well, look, let me just make one point in response to what we just heard, which is this assumption on the left that immigration is always good for the economy. Let me just leave viewers with one statistic to consider, OK? Last year, if you look at the latest immigration data in the UK, last year about 766,000 people migrated into the UK from outside of Europe, okay? Now, what percentage of those people came on work visas, came mainly to work? Okay, the answer is 14%, 1-4. And if you look at the recent years, similar figures, somewhere between 14 and 20% came mainly to work. The rest are relatives of workers, students, the relatives of students, asylum seekers, and then we've got the illegal migration crisis, which was interesting hearing Humza say we don't have uncontrolled immigration because we have 160,000 plus people breaking our laws coming into our country. So here's my question for people on the left. If you think immigration is so good for the economy, how on earth can you justify those kinds of figures? Because we don't have a skill-based migration policy. We don't have a migration policy that's driving prosperity. We basically have a Ponzi scheme, lots of low-wage, low-skill, or in fact economically inactive migration that is making UK taxpayers worse off. And that's my issue with this. The numbers do not add up.
OK, before we move on to our next segment, John, I'm going to give you the option of responding to that. What's your take on this anti-immigration rhetoric that we're hearing, not just from Reform, but also in part from Labor?
No, Matt is a fluent speaker, but he's tilting at windmills. He's attacking the policies of the previous Tory government. And you know what? They've been buried by the voters, and now they're being buried by their own actions. The Tory party were the dominant party of British politics on the centre-right. They're nowhere now. It was their disastrous attempt to change immigration policies that brought the Boris wave. It's called the Boris wave because Boris Johnson changed migration rules and brought in 1.6 million people. That's not a Labour policy. It would never be a Labour policy. There's a whole set of issues that Matt raised. Then it seems to me it is right when we have vacancies for essential public services in the NHS, nurses or doctors, in social care for care workers. For me, it makes absolute sense not to have vacancies, which then mean long waiting lists, or it means empty beds in care homes, to actually bring in skilled workers to actually to do this. It's a completely different argument. I know from the one that Matthew is doing, he wants to attack the previous Tory government. I'm very happy to do that too. I don't think it throws much light on the real reason for the rise for reform, which in my view is a straightforward fact accounts for it, which is that since the GFC, the global financial crisis, living standards have stagnated in the UK. After 25 years of stagnation, people get angry, and when they get angry, they want change, and they've voted for change repeatedly for the last decade and not been delivered change. And so reforms rise is tied to their name. Their name means change.
I'm absolutely going to get to that, but I just want to ask you both one more question before we get there. This assertion from Nigel Farage that Reform is now the new opposition party. What do you make of that, John? Do you see it now already as a replacement to the Tory Conservatives?
Look, I think, and Matt's much closer to thinking on the centre-right than I am, but I think that there was an assumption that the Tories felt they'd had to deal with reform, but that in the end, by the next election, they could come to a deal on the Tories' terms with reform, about trying to create an alliance to take out the Labour Party. I think it's really clear now that whatever deal is done on the right will be done on Nigel Farage's terms. He's established his party as not His Majesty's official opposition, but as the ideological opposition, the ideological alternative to the current government. It gives real difficulties to Farage because on only a handful of MPs, you can't actually have a shadow cabinet that shadows the current cabinet. With that number of MPs, you've got a very small number of staff. You can't do much of the policy development that's required. To propose yourself as the official opposition, you need to be also an alternative government. To be an alternative government, you need to have people understanding, well, that would be my Chancellor, that would be my Home Secretary. I think that's a huge move to make from where they are now. You sort of need to kind of merge. You need to acquire the Tory party and merge with them and then demerge out of them. It takes some talent if this is going to happen. But there's no doubt in my mind that intellectually, ideologically, rhetorically, and in the polls, there is only one party that opposes the Labour Party successfully, and that is Reform.
Matt, what do you make of that? Even though it might have the rhetoric, it might have the ideology, maybe it even has some of the public support, does it just not have the expertise to be an effective opposition and an effective government?
Well, I think as we saw this week with Keir Starmer sprinting up to Northern England to give a speech which exclusively attacked Nigel Farage and Reform and mentioned Nigel Farage no less than 16 times. It's not just the Conservatives that are panicking. The Labour government is clearly aware of what is going to happen in industrial heartlands across Northern England and Wales. As I've been writing for some time, on current polling numbers, Labour will lose more seats to Nigel Farage in Labour areas than they lost to Boris Johnson in 2019. Now, the reason for that, to come back to your question, and where I would perhaps go further than John, is saying this isn't just about voters rejecting the Tories. This is about voters rejecting the political consensus that has governed this country for the last 30 years, that has been pushed on by both the left and the right, which began with Tony Blair, ran through Gordon Brown, David Cameron's coalition government, through to Boris Johnson, and now Keir Starmer. It is a consensus that is united around large-scale mass migration, a London-centric economy that is not willing to leave international conventions to control our borders, and which is basically obsessed with endless amounts of social and economic liberalism, which only about 10 to 15% of the country support. And I think there are lots of people who will be watching this discussion, maybe from outside of Europe, who will be thinking, well, I actually agree with Reform that we shouldn't be exposing children to radical gender ideologies and the sexualization of society. I actually agree with them that the first task of a nation is to look after its own people and to be able to control its borders. And these are things that Reform are saying, but people on the left or people who oppose Reform act as though this is some kind of extremist agenda, but we know it's supported by 70 to 85% of people in this country. That is why Nigel Farage is correcting. He is connecting with those voters. He's saying, I'm not just rejecting the Tories, and I agree with John, the Tories are absolutely finished. He is rejecting the entire consensus in Westminster that has dominated British politics pretty much since 1997.
John, before we move on to our next segment, is there anything you want to respond to that? I can see you madly making notes.
Look, the thing, two responses to that. One is Nigel Farage is going to find the voters do ask the question, does that all add up? And I don't think at the moment that, and understandably it's a long way from the next election, but Nigel Farage's promises on benefits, promises on tax relief, tax cuts are very expensive, and there's no balancing items that he's proposed to actually show how he can make that add up. But more than that, I disagree with Matt on his diagnosis. I'm certain the voters in Britain since the Brexit referendum, the rise of Corbyn, the landslide for Johnson, the landslide for Starmer, they voted for one thing. They voted for change. The change they want is not about what Matt's described. It's a rejection of neoliberalism. It's a rejection of neoliberal capitalism, the extension of the market into every part of our life. And that thing's been going on since Thatcher in the 70s. And the issue for me is this. Farage understands that. Farage understands people want to move towards some more kind of social democratic state, more protection for workers, more nationalisation, more generous welfare system. I think that's right, but I think the people who can do that properly are actually not Reform, because their instincts, in their bones, they actually are more Thatcherite than they are social democrat. That's not their political tradition. It's my political tradition. For me, I am upset to see Farage playing more successfully on nationalisation, workers' rights, welfare benefits than the Labour government are currently doing. And that's what's interesting me. He's not just stealing our voters, he's stealing our clothes.
I'm going to come to that actually with you a little bit later in our program, John, but let's just move on to our next segment, because there is no doubt, as both of you have made very clear, that Britons are still doing it tough. The cost of living crisis hasn't magically gone away just because they've voted for a change in government. And after 14 years of Conservative Party rule, the Labor Party won its huge mandate on that one message, change. But 10 months on, many people are feeling that that change is still a long way off. So, Matthew, let me ask you, how much of what we're seeing is down to Reform's individual success, and how much do you think legitimately is just down to Labor's failure?
Well, I think voters are certainly getting a lot of change. It's just not the change that many of them voted for at the general election last year. I mean, don't forget, the Labour Party promised it wouldn't raise taxes, promised it would be fiscally prudent. The Labour Party then came into office, raised taxes and had a massive injection of spending. When voters were voting for Labour last year, I don't think they were voting for trade deals that would give tax exemptions to Indian workers that weren't available to their British counterparts. I don't think they thought they would be voting for a party that talked loosely about border security and then refused to do anything that is required to control our borders. I don't think they thought they were voting for a Labour government that would actually force UK taxpayers to pay tens of billions of pounds to give away our own territory, the Chagos Islands, to our enemies. And I certainly don't think they thought they'd be voting for a reset with the European Union, which would sell our fishing communities down the river for 12 years and hand jurisdiction to the European Court of Justice in key areas like energy and food. I mean, to be frank, Labour have to look themselves in the mirror. I don't think solving the Reform problem is difficult. And this may be where John and I agree. I don't know. I think if I was advising Keir Starmer, which, I don't think I'm going to be on the shortlist of people to get that job. But if I was advising Keir Starmer, I'd just be saying, look, you've got to listen to what Reform voters are saying. And this is not complex. They want you to stop the small boats, right? You scrap the Rwanda plan. We have no offshore processing centre. We have no deterrent for illegal migration. You need to fix that tomorrow. If you fix that problem, that will go a long way to countering Nigel Farage. And secondly, you need a credible answer to how we're going to get legal migration down from close to 500,000 every year to a level that most voters want to see. About 85% of voters want it to be below 100,000 a year. I agree with John. Neoliberalism is part of the story. We've gutted out our economy. We've hollowed out the UK economy. I agree with him on all of that. But the dominant issue for reform voters, a priority by far, is mass immigration and the borders. Keir Starmer has to deal with that. If he doesn't deal with that, Nigel Farage will be the next Prime Minister of this country. I'm absolutely confident about that if Labour don't get real about the immigration crisis.
John, what do you have to say to that? Because I note you've written recently a very strong warning saying that you warn that the number one wrong move by Labour would be responding and politically shifting to the right.
Yeah, look, I said earlier that I think Nigel Farage is successfully contesting with Labour by taking Labour policies, taking centre-left policies, social democratic policies. And I think that Labour has been at its best in this government, nationalising the railways, increasing rights for renters, so balancing power between renters and their landlords. I think that's very popular. It's committed to building 1.5 million homes. I think that's a huge contribution to the economy and to communities. And it will be based on extending the amount of social housing, council housing we have in the country, which is desperately needed. There's many areas. My worry about the government at times is it seems embarrassed about the good things it's doing and willing to leave a space. You know, there's a whole extension of workers' rights going on in the bill going through the House of Commons at the moment. But it's Nigel Farage who turns up at demonstrations wearing a union badge, not a Labour minister. So there's a bit, the government need a bit more swagger about what they're doing, and they do need. Look, there's an issue in which I absolutely agree with Matt, which is no government will ever be re-elected if it cannot control its country's borders. Security is the fundamental task of a government, whether it is security on the streets, whether it's cyber security, whether it's environmental security or economic security, all areas of security. But the fundamental of this is Keir Starmer has to use his background as a prosecutor to drive hard into how do you crack criminal gangs? You don't do it by stopping the boats. You do it by stopping the gangs, by infiltrating them, having information operations on them, cooperating with European police forces, because these criminal networks are they're Europe-wide. They go deep into the Middle East. So you have to do it through a proper police operation. I've got no doubt that has to be done, but it has to be done in parallel with doing those centre-left things, centre-left policies, and delivering on net zero, moving to the green transition so we get ourselves away from dependence on oil and gas from autocracies.
Right. Matt, I know that we are out of time with you. Is there any last response you want to make towards John before we lose you from our panel?
No, I think we've got some pretty clear dividing lines. For me, as I say, you look at the surveys on reform voters, it really is about this migration question. And Keir Starmer just needs to think about where is this going to go if he doesn't get his arms around that issue. So we're 2025. What is this country going to look like in 2027, 2028 with 50, 60, 70,000 people crossing, crossing the channel in small boats, adding to this mood in the country, which combined with low economic growth is not a good one for our society or our politics. I think things will rapidly start to get a lot worse for Starmer. And just lastly, don't forget, we've got enormous elections next year across Wales, which is a Labour heartland, where Labour, the Industrial Revolution began in many respects in parts of Wales. And I think there's going to be a very profound psychological shock coming to the Labour movement next year, where it will become unavoidable that reform is now not only replacing the Conservatives, but actually much more popular than Labour in its own heartlands. But thank you very much.
John, stay with us. We're going to keep our conversation going with you. But Matthew Goodwin, we will leave it there. I know you need to depart from our panel. So thanks so much for being here on Counterpoints. Matthew Goodwin, a Professor of Politics who writes on his Matt Goodwin Substack. Thank you for your time. John McTernan still joining us here on the Counterpoints panel. Let me ask you this, John. Has the Labor government already waited too long before it changes tact here? Has too much damage already been done?
The UK has very long parliaments. Our parliaments run up to 5 years, which means that the next date for the general election is, the second half, 2029. So we're a long way away from then. And so much can happen. Obviously, global context can change. And put it like this, between now and our election, there'll be another presidential election in the US. Then there'll be a different president from President Trump. There'll be another election in Germany. The face of geopolitics could have changed. The global circumstances could change. And I think that's important to understand. Labour doesn't govern at a moment of its own choosing. It governs at a moment in which there's instability internationally. Some still a hangover from the pandemic. Some still a hangover from the high inflation that was caused by the pandemic. Some still a hangover from the high energy prices caused by the ongoing war in Ukraine. So there's a lot of factors that you can't control. One thing you can control, and you should be better at doing, is your communications. Not just what you do, but how you talk about them. And I think that's an area where Labour does need to urgently change.
So they came in on a mandate of change. There was such a desire for something new in the public when they won that landslide victory. Is the issue that they haven't done enough with that mandate? They haven't changed quickly enough? People aren't feeling the response? Or is it that this is just the wrong kind of change? This is not the change people voted for?
Look, I think that is right. I think that they have changed the country, and the good things, as I mentioned when I was discussing it with Matt, like railway nationalisation, like rights for renters, like rights for workers, they're very quiet about those, and raising the national minimum wage, which is now 2/3 of the median wage in the UK. The one thing that everybody knows about the Labour government is they took money away from pensioners, and 10 million people lost their winter fuel allowance in the UK, and pensioners have relatives. So you say 10 million people got 3 or 4 relatives each. You're putting 40 million people offside immediately. And some changes are emblematic. Some changes seem to say who you are. And they're felt, I think, and you get it when you go down political campaigning, there's a feeling of meanness that the Labour government came in. Yes, it was difficult circumstances, but they seemed to be mean from the beginning. And that's not a good way for a government to seem and to act. And, I talked about communications. How you act is probably the most profound way you communicate. So your priority when you come in is not to rebuild schools, not to rebuild the roads, not to rebuild the NHS. Your priority is to take money from pensioners. And that feeling that your actions show who you are, who you care for, that's going to hang over the whole of this government until they do a U-turn on it. And I think they need to do it in a very big way and say, we were wrong, accept we're wrong, and then having done that, be able to move on.
It's interesting that you say that, because I was going to ask, as someone who has been on the inside of 10 Downing Street, I mean, what is the strategy here? Can they reverse it and say, mea culpa, we made change, but this was the wrong change? Do they just need to work on their semantics and try and sell this better? I mean, how do they dig themselves out of this hole?
Look, people like you and me, who in and around politics, thinking about politics, news, current affairs all the time, we make a bigger deal of U-turns, flip-flops, changing your mind in politics. The public kind of go, if you're wrong, stop being wrong and do the right thing. And I think that's the issue. If you do the right thing, you get a long way with the public, and they go, well, actually, do you know what? That seems actually much more sensible for a Labour government to give money to pensioners, not take it away from them. It feels closer to their core brand value. And so I think you get a lot more forgiveness if you seek it. And I think that's the most difficult thing for politicians. It's really hard for a politician to say sorry. Really hard to say, I was wrong.
John, when is the last time you have ever heard a politician say they were wrong?
Well, My old boss, Des Brown, he was Secretary of State for Defence in the Blair government. He actually went and apologised to the House of Commons for the fact that the Ministry of Defence had allowed some serving members of the Royal Navy to sell a story to a tabloid newspaper. Now, he wasn't responsible personally, he didn't make a decision, but he took responsibility and accountability. He apologised to the House of Commons, and that actually went down well with his colleagues. I think it is actually a thing which, if you do it properly, which means you have to repent and you have to repair. And saying sorry is the bridge between going, look, I got it wrong, and then you do something that makes it better. But you do have to do the other bit. If you say sorry and don't change your actions, then you're not really apologising, are you? You're not changing your behaviour.
You've got to do the hard bit first.
Yes.
Is there anything more demoralising for a Labor voter than seeing the Starmer government be outflanked on the left by Reform UK?
No. To be honest, a Labour government shouldn't have hesitated on coming into power and lifting the two-child benefit cap, which is forcing children into poverty. A Labour government should, though, be proud that Labour values and Labour tradition have set the debate in such a way that it is the radical and the right policy to shift to the left, and so that an avowedly populist centre-right party has had to take on an avowedly left-wing policy. And now it's good that Labour has so defined the territory that Reform have to adopt it. It's sad that Labour didn't do it first.
To your mind, did Keir Starmer squander this historic mandate that he was given?
No, I don't believe so, for two reasons. One is there's still 4 years to run, but the main one is he got a very large majority and he had a manifesto with some very radical mandates in it. The manifesto is committing the Labour government to decarbonising the electricity network. That's a major, major thing to do between now and the next election. It will require a lot of change in investment. It's a big priority to get to net zero. If you look at everything that Labour is focusing on, that's a big dividing line with Reform, because it involves new jobs in renewable energy, new jobs in clean energy, new jobs in the not just power generation, but actually power distribution, the electrical networks. So that's a big area where Labour have chosen a controversial policy, put it in their manifesto, got a mandate for it. On the other side, they've said there'll be planning reforms, that there'll be infrastructure reforms. New infrastructure is often very unpopular in the area it is, whether it is the power grid or whether it is reservoirs that we need for our water supply, whether it's new housing. People want new housing everywhere in the country apart from near them. So the Labour Party has taken policy decisions and put them in a manifesto, got a mandate, and so actually that for me could be the making of this government doing the right thing over a long period, 4 to 5 years, and doing it in a way that may be initially controversial, but by the end, by 28, 29, you'll see actually that's making a difference. And it's when you do the things that make a difference, then you've got a story to sell. You can go back to the country and say, look, we've started on major reform. We said there needs to be a decade of renewal. We're now going to ask you for the second term, which will fill out the second half of this. And I think you could see a very strong communication strategy around that, around really great policy delivery.
That brings me to my last question. Voters seem so fed up with major political parties, not just in the UK, in Australia, in the US. I mean, everyone is looking for some change. And it's not necessarily just the policies that they're looking for, it's the rhetoric, it's the way that they can bring voters into their ideologies. So just finally, what do you think the Labor Party needs to do now to not just get the policies right, but how do they break this feeling of disenfranchisement, this fed-up feeling that people have with major parties? How do they bring people back in?
I'm glad you mentioned Australia there, because the Australian Labor Party, which I've worked for in the past, had a stunning landslide victory in their most recent election. There, the country turned maybe to a new consensus, a new deal, a new settlement, which is a government led by Anthony Albanese, my friend Albo. They actually offered a real break from the kind of neoliberal governance. They've got new ideas on housing, new ideas on cost of living. Just a way of I think the way they campaigned in a gentle tone of voice, in a way that met people halfway, that listened to their concerns, gave concessions to them. There's something in that style, and the same has been done in Spain, where Pedro Sanchez has been re-elected. There's very few examples of re-election anywhere in the world in recent years because of cost of living as an issue. And I think maybe learning from Australia is a thing that the UK could do. And it's listening to people, having a measured tone, doing the things they want. And I think most of the times we've discussed, and you discussed with Matt Goodwin, I think with Hamza before, a lot of the friction in politics comes from not doing what the voters want. When the voters put you in to do their will, not to do as you wish. And I think that's a lesson from successful progressive governments that have been re-elected around the world. They've actually done a lot of listening and a lot of talking as well, but more in the conversational tone than the lecturing, the speech making.
As a fellow Aussie, I think that's a perfect tone to end on there as we look to Australia for some guidance. Thank you so much for joining us, John McTiernan, former political secretary for then Labor Party Labor Prime Minister Tony Blair. Also joining him on Counterpoints earlier in the program, we had Humza Yousaf, the former Scottish First Minister, and Matthew Goodwin, Professor of Politics and writer on Substack. Thank you to all of our guests for joining us on Counterpoints. And thank you to our viewers at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember, you can subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube to keep across all our debates and exclusive interviews. And be sure to follow Al Arabiya English on X and TikTok. Thanks for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
You've probably heard of Israel's Iron Dome, but what about President Trump's Golden Dome? U.S. President says he plans to spend $175 billion on a next-generation missile defense system capable of intercepting attacks even from space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space.
President Trump claims this futuristic system will outperform Israel's Iron Dome.
As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
The Golden Dome would defend against hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, advanced cruise missiles. Trump says these threats would be, quote, knocked out of the air. This would be the first U.S. missile defense system with weapons in space, something Ronald Reagan once dreamt of during the Cold War with his Star Wars project. Now Trump says that he is here to finish the job. One of the key challenges, unlike Israel's Iron Dome, the Golden Dome would have to defend the entire United States, a country that is geographically much larger. And not just the US, Canada too.
Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Experts warn that the Golden Dome could be too expensive, too ambitious to complete in just 3 years, and might even spark a new arms race in space with rivals like China and Russia. However, Trump fired back.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Russia and Ukraine have agreed to exchange prisoners after peace talks in Istanbul, as Turkey says it will take steps to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. A 45-year-old man is charged with murder after an attack at a rally supporting Israeli hostages in Colorado. President Trump has called for his deportation. And the Reform UK party starts rolling out a Doge-style team targeting local authorities. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to exchange prisoners of war who are severely wounded, as well as those under the age of 25. The announcement was made by Ukraine following a second round of direct talks between both sides in Istanbul. Ukraine's also asked for steps to be made to arrange a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. Earlier, I spoke to Ukrainian MP Yulia Sikro. I asked her if this was a positive step forward.
Yes, it's a positive step. It's one of the probably 100 steps we need to do to get into the peace talks. But it's just one small step at this point of time. As you know, during the previous meeting, it was agreed and actually implemented the exchange of prisoners of war 1,000 to 1,000. And this time, Russia and Ukraine agreed to exchange all wounded or badly injured prisoners of war from both sides. As well as from Ukrainian side, it was requested, and I hope we will get approval from Russia's side to send to Ukraine all kidnapped kids, Ukrainian kids, and we have it more than 25,000 kidnapped and kept in Russia at this point of time.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by former editor-in-chief and media strategist Michael Jabri-Pickett and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Michael, let's start with you. And we've heard this prisoner exchange agreement before, you know, at the last round of peace talks. Are these talks a sign that things are moving in the right direction? Of course, it appears to be slowly.
Look, communication is better than no communication. These moments have to start in a baby step way, and that's exactly what we have here. Is it going along as everybody would like, as quickly? No. But communication means that hopefully what happens, it becomes kind of a muscle memory, that every once in a while, oh, I have to speak to my counterpart. I have to speak to the others. There has to be a constant coming together, making sure that you are having the conversations that matter. So it might not be the best speed at which we're going, but at least something seems to be happening at this point.
Slowly, but maybe surely. And Gemma, the Turkish president has suggested this meeting between Putin, Zelensky and Trump. I mean, how likely is this to be?
Right, this is not looking likely at all. So Erdogan has been a key mediator in the whole situation, especially with Trump pushing to end the war and to make a deal. And it does benefit Turkey. They've found themselves on the world stage. It's also a distraction from perhaps, you know, what's happening domestically for these guys. So now Zelensky is quite keen to have this meet-up with the three of them. But Moscow has dismissed it immediately. And then obviously Kiev has said that Moscow are doing everything to ensure that the peace talks are unsuccessful. So there's been a lot of tit for tat in this. Zelensky absolutely would love to have this meeting. He has said we're ready to meet all leaders, whether it's just Putin and Trump, whether it's Zelensky and Putin. He says we're up for all formats. But as far as the Kremlin goes, they have said, first, results must be achieved through direct negotiations between the two countries. So they're not even looking to invite the US in. They want to keep it strictly Russia and Ukraine.
But actually, interestingly enough, earlier I spoke to the head of the Euro-Asian Analytical Club and political scientist Nikita Mendakovsky. He called Zelensky an actor and a puppet of Europe. Just take a quick lesson.
I don't see any reason for Mr. Putin to be in one room with Mr. Zelensky to finish the war. Mr. Zelensky is no one. He's not a president more. His time has finished. He's not Ukrainian himself. He's a Jew with an Israel passport. He's a puppet of Western governments, pretends, like an actor, to be a president of Ukraine. Russia, of course, wants to finish this war, but we need someone who can finish it. We need a president, an official representative of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian power, not a Western agent who is ready to sign anything and fly away to his favorite Israel. I don't think it's a good option to have a dialogue with Zelensky.
So, Michael, there we are. We just heard the Russian side in many respects and doesn't think that the right thing is this dialogue with Zelensky. But when I was just having a look a little bit today at the short ceasefire, you know, obviously Russia said it could have a ceasefire for 2 to 3 days in certain areas. And we saw that unprecedented drone attack by Ukraine on Russian air bases. Do you think Russia now think, well, actually, we might not have all the cards like we previously thought we did?
I do wonder about the PR side of things. You know, the base that was farthest away from the border with Ukraine is 4,000 kilometers away. And I wonder if maybe there is concern amongst the Russian population that perhaps they are more vulnerable than they thought. And if that happens, will there be some sort of pressure that's then exerted on Vladimir Putin, and maybe he's then forced to come to the negotiating table a little sooner than he would want?
I don't know what you think, but it seems to be, like you said, a lot of tit for tat. We're going around in circles right now. And Gemma, I just wonder if this is happening as fast as maybe President Trump would like it to, or if we could see more involvement from the US, if this would push Putin into an agreement.
We've not heard much from Trump with regards to this. He obviously has a lot going on with regards to Israel, with regards to on the domestic front as well. But his silence, he didn't even acknowledge that Turkey had been talking about this potential meeting between. So clearly he wasn't keyed into it. It was just something that they'd kind of mentioned. But there doesn't seem to be any kind of, you know, him sort of stepping in and even offering his opinions on it at all. So it doesn't almost seem to be on his radar.
Yeah, I wonder if, you know, you do expect the Truth Social pronouncement to come, and that hasn't happened as of yet.
He could have called it fake news.
He could have, absolutely. But, you know, Donald Trump consistently wants the headline, and I think he does. He has talked about wanting to open up business deals with Russia again. He would love Russia to be welcomed back into the international community, and he would love to be able to go on social media and talk about this. He has also said, or at least his people, you know, that he wants to have that summit. If it's not with the three of them, certainly it would be with President Putin and President Trump. That's what Donald Trump is looking for. I'm surprised. I agree with you. I'm surprised that he has been as quiet as he has. Maybe he feels as though it would be better if he stayed out of it, because at least the sides are talking.
I think one thing he has repeatedly said is he wants this war to end.
Yeah.
He wants the bloodshed to end, and that has been the line all the way through from, you know, the start of this term in office until now. But obviously that has not happened. So I wonder if there's now growing frustration with Ukraine, with Russia, because even though we're talking about these talks happening, there's still fighting going on. There's still men losing their lives. There's still, you know, children who aren't coming home to their families. And it just seems to be that we're seeing Europe have a lot of talks. We're seeing, but nothing concrete's really been delivered.
So I can't imagine that Donald Trump is standing back and that he's taking a different tact. But it does seem to me that maybe, you know, he'll go on and he'll give Zelensky a hard time, or he'll go on social media and he'll give Putin a hard time. And that hasn't worked. So is he maybe now thinking, perhaps if I do nothing and just let them talk, that might work? I don't think that's his approach. For whatever reason, I don't know why he hasn't gone on social media and talked about this. But it seems odd that the most powerful man in the world is not jumping into the fray like he always does.
Do you think Trump and Putin have been communicating behind the scenes, or that's been radio silence?
I think if that were to happen, that Donald Trump would be the first one to tell everybody that he's speaking to him.
But it is interesting because they do hold phone calls.
Yes.
They have held phone calls.
But you're right, Trump was very vocal whenever that happened. Like,
And those
he couldn't
phone
wait to
calls
tell
are
everyone.
normally hours long. They're pretty long, comprehensive phone calls. So, you know, we always don't know. Maybe Witkoff has been to Moscow a few times. I think sometimes in the diplomatic world, we never really see what might be going on behind the scenes.
Well, and that's what you would like to see, is that there are things going on behind the scenes, and then one day there is an announcement that actually has made headway. The way the world works now, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, President Putin seems to be the only one who's not on social media, but President Zelensky is and Donald Trump is.
And Zelensky uses his social media a lot.
Yeah, he does.
Absolutely, he does. And Vladimir Putin is the one who's not. And so if there are inroads being made by anyone, or if there's a bone to pick with anyone, they're going to go on social media.
No, very interesting conversation, and I don't think it's the last time we'll be having it somehow. But we're going to move on to another story, and a 45-year-old man has been charged with murder after targeting people at a rally supporting Israeli hostages. 8 were injured during the attack when Mohammed Salami from El Paso County, Colorado, reportedly shouted "Free Palestine" whilst throwing petrol bombs and a makeshift flamethrower. The FBI have called it a targeted terror attack. Meanwhile, President Trump has called for his deportation after officials revealed his visa had actually expired. Earlier, correspondent Nick Harper told me what authorities have released about the suspect.
Very few details about this 45-year-old suspect, although police say that he was not known to them for any previous actions. This seems to be his first encounter with the authorities. His name is Mohammed Sabri Solomon, a 45-year-old Egyptian national who was living in the Colorado area. A mugshot of him has been released because he was detained by police after the incident took place. In that mugshot, he seems to have a bandage over his right ear, and we're being told that he was injured as a result of that incident, sustaining burns to his hands during the attack. Now, the FBI say that this suspect allegedly put together a makeshift flamethrower. They haven't precisely detailed how this took place, but there has been some reporting that it was a garden sprayer that had been filled with gasoline.
There we are. So, Gemma, we had some words there from our correspondent Nick Harper. What has President Donald Trump's reaction been to this exact attack?
So he came out just a few hours ago on social media. He's called it an horrific attack, which obviously it is. But his initial reaction was to attack Biden's immigration policy and open borders. He said yesterday's horrific attack in Boulder, Colorado will not be tolerated in the United States. He came in through Biden's ridiculous open border policy, which is how our country's so bad. And then he said he will go out under Trump policy. So obviously referring to how he's going to tackle immigration and people who overstay their visas. Acts of terrorism will be prosecuted to the fullest. Another example of why we must keep our borders secure. And then only at the very end did he express condolences to the people who've been hurt by saying, "My heart goes out to the victims of this terrible tragedy." Now, also, Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, so he has been on social media as well. And again, his main thing was to attack Biden, to attack immigration policy. So that's very much been the response, with only perhaps a little bit of recognition that there are some victims here.
And that's an interesting point. So obviously Donald Trump has come out. He's obviously spoken about this attack that did happen. But Michael, as the war in Gaza continues, incidents like this have been happening in the US. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So I think incidents like this will continue to happen. Maybe not just in the US, but globally. When you are picking up your phone and you're seeing atrocities minute by minute, you see every attack as it happens. You see the Israeli government not facing any repercussions. You see journalists being killed. You see aid workers being killed. And then the IDF lying about it. And then there's announcements from the Israeli government that the Ministry of Defense will investigate that incident. And again, there are so many accusations, but there are no repercussions for the Israeli government or for the IDF. People become helpless. And once they become helpless, they start to become radicalized because they feel they have to take things into their own hands. Now, what happened in Colorado is indefensible. It is reprehensible and it is morally wrong. But you can understand why people get to this point where they feel so desperate to do something that, unfortunately, a terrible event like this happens.
Absolutely, and I think that that's a sad reality of it, day in, day out, the atrocities on our screen. Not that they condone it, but we don't know how they're affecting people mentally or what state they're in or connections to places. But I was also just wondering, we've also heard from the FBI, and the FBI apparently say that the attacker had been planning this for a while. It was sort of a year in the making.
Yeah, they have an affidavit. They've said he's been planning it for a year, and he'd been waiting until after his daughter graduated in order to carry out what he was going to carry out. The FBI says that after his arrest, Solomon told the police that Zionists were his targets and that he would do it all over again. So there's no remorse, obviously. It was very well planned, right down to planning around your child's graduation. So a lot of thought has gone into this, but also probably quite spur of the moment as well. As you say, you're being fed this relentless news cycle, and it doesn't just finish when you turn off the TV because it's on your phone. It's you're constantly surrounded by it, and once you start to read these things, your algorithm feeds you more and more and more, so you just become entrenched in it.
And I think that becomes the difficult part, because he was essentially just a lone wolf. So even for the authorities to be able to keep track of this is going to be increasingly difficult.
Yeah, you might be able to infiltrate organizations, but how do you infiltrate the mind of 340 million Americans? You need to accept that you live in a society where hopefully people are feeling comfortable enough to come forward. But when you look at your phone and you see the world in front of you and you see the worst, now we know that there will be a disclaimer before a video that this video may contain, graphic scenes. But it's still something that you can watch. And when that is so easily consumable, I think people start to feel they're drawn into it. And you almost become addicted to seeing what is the newsiest event or the newsiest atrocity. And again, when there are no repercussions for who you think are the perpetrators, then you start to feel helpless and you start to wonder, is there anything that I can do? Fortunately, he acted alone. But that doesn't mean that he hasn't inspired others to maybe do something similar.
But it's also terrifying for people who want to go out and rally and protest in support of Israeli hostages. It becomes a difficult situation because people do want to show their allegiance. And we know in the US and the UK, you have the freedom to do that. You have the freedom to demonstrate. So I wonder what this means for people who want to be able to back a cause.
I think the first thing authorities have always said when things like this happen is, don't change your life. Keep living your life, because that's really the only way forward. We're not all going to shut ourselves in our homes and never congregate in places, go to markets, go to concerts, go to all of these places. You can't put your life on hold because what somebody might potentially do. Perhaps there'll be an increase in how vigilant you are when you go to these things, go to these places. And again, that's a terrible way to live as well, always looking over your shoulder. But these are the times at the moment that we are living in.
I mean, I think we can remember back in the days after 9/11, right? Everybody was saying, you have to keep continuing to go to the grocery store or the terrorists will win, right? And then we became our own, we were always looking out for each other. That became sort of another mantra, right? Which is make sure that you, if you see something, say something, right? And I don't know that any of us feel comfortable wanting to go back to that time, but it's inevitable that when incidents like this happen, people will become much more vigilant.
No, I do definitely agree with that. And thank you for your thoughts on that story. And now we're just going to move on to another one. Trading on the Damascus Securities Exchange resumed today after being closed for 6 months. It's the start of Syria's new leader's plans to try and begin rebuilding its economy after nearly 14 years of civil war. The Syrian finance minister attended the reopening and said that it signals that the country's economy is beginning to recover. Earlier, I spoke to Damascus-based Dr. Osama Kadi, director of Kadi Economic Consultancy. I started by asking him what the reopening meant for the country's economic future. Take a listen.
It signals really a positive step towards economic recovery and stabilization. It signals to the whole world that Syria is opening new page with the world, indicates that the government ready to revitalize the economy and push that economic growth even further and further, trying to attract more investment, open for the world. Syria has been since 1979 under a country that supports terrorists. So we are isolated. We've been isolated from the whole world. Even we have previously Damascus Stock Exchange, but it's really like some sort of paralyzed stage. It's not really very active. They used to open 3 days a week from 10 to 1 o'clock, 3 days only. So it's really, it was just a building with not much activity there. But right now, they're heading toward more effective stock market.
And Dr. Osama, the stock exchange will now operate as a private company. How will this work and, like you say, attract investment and revitalize the economy?
When you operate efficiently and more effectively, and you encourage all investments to be part of that stock market, after you really put a real good governance on that stock market. And the most important thing, the transparency. We used not to have any transparency of who owns this company or that company. For example, the cousin of a previous president, Rami Makhlouf, he used to own most of the stocks in the banks, more than 6 or 7 banks. He owns like 40 to 60% of them. But that piece of information were not released to all stockholders. And when we used to accuse that government that there's a corruption, there's that guy who really monopolized the whole economy, he monopolizes the stock market too, and nobody believed us from the government till they had a big fight over the money between Asma al-Assad, the wife of Bashar, and Rami Makhlouf. Then she starts accusing him of corruption, and she released all documents that this guy is full corrupt in the stock market. So now it's totally different. We are talking about good governance, transparency with the people, and we just started with very minimum companies and banks who used to be on the stock market. I'm expecting this to be not double, even like will be 2 years from now, more than 5 times the amount of companies that we have today.
Now, Elon Musk may have left his role as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, but his legacy seems to have inspired others. The Reform UK party says it's introducing a DOGE-style team to assess local authorities' spending on what it deems as wasteful. Kent County Council in the south of England faced the first audit earlier today. Well, Michael, interesting. Why do you believe this decision has been made, and why has it been inspired by Doge?
Well, I think the global community looks to the U.S. for the good and the bad and the ugly of pop culture.
I remember someone saying, when America seizes, the world catches a cold.
Yes.
It's true.
It's true.
It doesn't matter, again, if it's good or bad or ugly. I think what happens in the States is inspiration to many people around the world, either inspiration to do that or not to do that. And I think if you are part of Donald Trump's base you will have believed that what Elon Musk did when he was at Doge was successful. The reality is his target was $2 trillion is what he wanted to cut from federal spending, and he ended up cutting less than half of 1%. It wasn't successful. But if you are part of Donald Trump's base, you believe it because the message would be getting out consistently. So if you look at the Reform Party, I don't know that they're necessarily going much further beneath the headline. The Reform Party base is very much in favor of what Musk was trying to do. And I think to bring that over, it would maybe inspire your base to think that we're going to do something that, trust us, was successful, even if it wasn't.
So, Gemma, clearly the Doge sort of philosophy is having a big impact globally if we're seeing Reform wanting to bring it in the UK. But this is just local councils that we are actually focusing on here when it comes to Reform. I wonder if we'll see this be rolled out in national government at some point. But do you think Reform are thinking, right, we won some of the local council seats back in May. We've got a mandate to do this. Let's copy the idea from the States, but start on a smaller scale, and maybe we could make it even better.
Yeah, I mean, Reform, as you say, are really influenced by US politics. And I do get the feeling they do sit back and they watch and they wait and they learn. It's quite clear in the seats that they won from Labour and the Tory parties that they have been learning, they have been making notes. So, yes, that is on a regional level, and their promises are quite regional as well, you know, promises to better bin collection and filling the potholes in the roads, that kind of thing.
On a thing that win you votes in the UK.
Yeah.
You know, we might sort of think it's trivial, but
no, it's not. It's what you see every day, like 100%.
Yeah,
and if you're going to pander to what people see every day, very much like Trump and his eggs, I find it's in the grocery store every day. So, yeah, they have definitely been watching and learning. And Doge, as you say, even if you don't agree with it, and even if it didn't actually achieve its aims, it's a great soundbite and it's a great concept. We're going to save money. We're going to stop waste. Because everyone can get behind that. Of course, no one wants wastefulness. So it's really something you can get behind.
And what I find quite interesting is Reform in the UK right now. They're obviously not the main political party, and they wouldn't be our traditional opposition. That would be the Conservatives at the moment. But if you look at polling, Reform is polling at an average of around 30 to 31% in the UK at the moment, ahead of Labour, who are in government, on 23, and the Tories on 18. Reform is on a resurgency at the moment, and I wonder if it's things like we're going to do this, people are going to be able to keep their taxes in their pockets, people are going to have more money to spend. I wonder if it's this rhetoric that's driving people towards the party in some respects.
I think what Donald Trump has done, for good or for bad, he's recognized that a lot of people don't go much deeper than the headline. They also are not going to do follow-ups.
Yeah.
They also are not going to... they appreciate when somebody comes forward and says, I'm not a politician, or I'm going to clean up the corruption that's happening in the political sphere. And if anybody can come forward and say that, especially if your base is who the Reform Party has as a base, that, I think, is appealing to so many people. You touched upon it earlier when you spoke a little bit about what it is that's happening with local politics. And, you know, much like with news, we recognize that a lot of local news and local politics is what interests people because it touches people's lives. So if you can say, you know, the stuff that's happening down the street, that's a problem, we're going to clean it up, that will inspire people.
I think them recognising it to begin with, because the national government, you don't feel heard by them at all, do you? Because obviously they're running the country. But when someone at a local level says, oh, yeah, we see you, we hear you, we know that the prices or the potholes or all these things, you feel seen and you want to give them your support.
Absolutely. I think to be validated is what so many people are wanting. And
craving,
especially if your government is going to do that, you know, and we need your vote in the next election, we hear you. We know what you're concerned about. I think that helps win votes.
Yeah. But what I find quite interesting is that the Reform Party says, in a statement released late on Sunday, party chairman said it would be led by one of the UK's leading tech entrepreneurs. We don't know who this tech entrepreneur is who's going to be doing this Doge style, but something came up that you mentioned to me backstage, Build Canada. So the tech bros are getting involved.
So on a global scale, there aren't many governments lining up to do the Doge challenge, whatever we want to call it. But in Canada, there's a collective, they're called Build Canada, and it's about 27 Canadian tech entrepreneurs. You've got people who used to work at Spotify, you've got people in fintech, some quite impressive names. And they've put together Build Canada, which is a bit of a collective. And they claim that they're supported by policy experts with experience in government. So they say we have, people who have government experience as well. It's not just us tech guys. And they say our focus is a Canada where people build again. And I thought that sounded very familiar. Build again, to me, sounds like great again. So there's that familiar rhetoric. There's also the familiar sort of disruptor aspect. Now, they are promising, not promising, but on their website, some of their goals include firing 100,000 federal employees, obviously in Canada, increasing immigration restrictions and building new oil pipelines. Again, it's straight from the Trump and Musk playbook. It's almost word for word. So you're getting this real Silicon Valley language. You're getting the sort of, I guess, the sexiness of tech as well in politics. And as a whole package, it's very appealing.
And you know something? I actually think that it is appealing to voters because I think a lot of the time we are sick and tired, really, of paying in the UK a huge amount of council tax, and the bins are now being collected every 2 weeks instead of every 1 week. And I think people don't see enough police on the streets anymore, and they really want that to happen. So I do think it's an interesting time, especially in the UK, when Labour, they cutting money, winter fuel allowance from older people, and there seems to be like Reform are just kind of, like you said, just waiting to see the lay of the land.
Yeah, I think that so many people are around the world inspired by what happens in the United States. And if they can see something that they think is attractive and it can somehow be localized, I think that resonates with a lot of people.
No, I completely agree. And I think if someone emptied my bins when I lived back in the UK every week, I'd be very happy with that.
Do you know what I think as well? Ultimately, people don't want much. As you say, bins and potholes and eggs are very simple things. They're not asking for the earth. They're just asking for these very small things. And so the promises to fix these small things is really powerful.
That's true. I think if you look at studies that show people who are wanting to move from their job, look, we all want to get paid more, and whatever we're getting paid after a month, we want to get paid more than that. But it's being validated. It's being heard. It's being able to participate as part of a team. It's being able to voice an opinion. And it is the little things, which though aren't little because they're not happening enough, but that's what people want.
No, and I would definitely agree with that, 100%. But we're going to move on to the favourite part of my show, and Michael and Gemma have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And we're actually going to start with Michael. Two identical twins have celebrated their 100th birthday. That's pretty phenomenal. What do we know about these twins?
What we know is...
What's their secret?
What we know...
Are they boring?
...is that I don't know if they're boring. And certainly on their 100th birthday, I don't think we could say they're boring, even if they are boring. But Bill and Jack Casey from England celebrated their 100th birthday with cards, identical cards, from the King and the Queen. Jack is the younger of the two. Bill, born 10 minutes before Jack. Bill was the one who talked about the need to have 20 minutes of daily exercise. He also, unfortunately, talked about what is probably the least sexy motto. He said, clean and healthy living, staying active, sheer determination, and good genes is what makes for a healthy and happy life. And I think that that's common sense. We all know that. Unfortunately, That doesn't explain Keith Richards and Mick Jagger.
The Rolling Stones, no, they're still going. But I just saw a picture of them on the screen, the two twins, and they look so happy and they look very well. So maybe as they staying active, sheer determination and good genes are helpful. I'm not sure if I've done all those things. I'm not sure if I'll reach 100, but good for them. And Gemma, tell us more about Tinder's new height filter.
Oh my goodness. So Tinder is trialling on their premium level a height filter preference. So you can say, I want someone who is 5'6" to 5'9", or, you know, someone from 6 foot to 6'3", because therein lies the rub in the higher heights, shall we say. So it's caused a lot of controversy online. A lot of shorter men are referred to as short kings on the internet.
Right, okay.
So they've basically said it's the death of short kings being able to date, because the sort of perceived idea is that women only want to date tall men. Now, I don't think that's true, but everyone has their preferences. So I don't see the problem with this, but it has sparked a lot of conversations about preference and just how far you should go with preference on a dating app.
I always thought, for me, the most important filter on a dating app was how far they lived from you. Because I thought no one wants to travel to date. Now it's height. But what do you think? Do you think height should have such a big spotlight? Because, you know, Gemma, it actually really does when it comes to dating and it comes to women. Is it fair for you blokes?
Well, I've been married for 34 years, so I don't have to worry about Tinder. But my kids are 28. I have twins, not identical twins, and they've told me about some of the experiences that they've had on Tinder. They're back in Canada, and there are so many different filters that can be applied. And I wonder if soon we'll have, you know, what your income is before and after taxes. I wonder if there will be other more personal questions that will be needed to be filled out for you to complete your questionnaire so that you can actually be seen by others.
But what I find quite interesting is, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but my boyfriend, he's probably not my ideal height, but he's a good height.
Yeah.
But maybe I was probably expecting a really, I don't know if I would have filtered as height, put it that way.
Yeah.
But that's irrelevant. We know each other, we met each other, we're so happy, height hasn't even come into it. So I just wonder if people are not giving people a chance. You know, it's quite sad, really, to think we've gone down this route. Because what happens if men started asking us about our weight?
I think you're filtering down your options. And you actually, I think when you're on Tinder, and again, I don't really have the experience, but you feel that you're heading in the right direction, whereas actually you're just narrowing the field more and more and more.
Yeah.
And not sort of looking beyond. Because if you were to meet someone organically, say in a bar, a restaurant, out with friends, there's a whole room to scan. Whereas with Tinder, it's like a very narrow corridor that you're starting to scan. So people are allowed their preferences. Of course they are. You shouldn't date someone that you don't find attractive and don't want to hang out with.
Yeah.
But there is still something to be said for just perhaps being a bit broader, you know, not narrowing down so much in certain respects.
I also wonder, again, hearing from my children...
I was on Tinder once.
But apparently people are giving up on apps, certainly for dating.
Right. Okay.
And I wonder if this is one of Tinder's last gasps to grab a segment of the population that this matters to.
And I do think that, because I think that dating apps, when they start, gosh, I can't remember when I first went on Tinder. Must have been 20 years ago, or whenever it started. No, maybe 15. I don't know. But I remember it was like the big rage, but no one really took it seriously.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, oh, it's just a way to get a free meal. Sorry, I was 24. Do you know what I mean? But and then it became like, 1 in 3 marriages, and people were going on loads of dates and taking it really seriously. But I do think people are moving away from it now, just from my understanding of things. It's meeting people organically, and Tinder are having things like running clubs and meetups. So things are changing.
So you say that meeting people organically. I disagree with that premise. I don't know that people are meeting people. And again, I'm getting this from my secondhand, from my children. They talk about how there just isn't the dating that there was when they were much younger. And there doesn't seem to be the desire for people to go out and meet others. They'll go out as a group, but they're not interested in engaging with people they don't know.
I've definitely noticed that from the years I've been going out. I mean, when we were younger and we all used to go out, there was no dating apps or anything, so everyone mingled. Now in clubs or bars, not that I go to clubs anymore, but I feel like things are really separated. So maybe, you know, what's the alternative?
I mean, approaching a pack, though, if there's a group of girls or a group of guys, you've got to have a lot of confidence to infiltrate the pack if you want to chat someone up that's taken your eye.
Maybe a 6'3" guy. I'm looking for a guy in finance. Do you remember that song? You know, what was it? Trust fund.
And he had to be 6'3", yes.
Blue eyes. Well, it's really interesting conversation. And like you say, just meeting people now seems to be a bit of a minefield. But there we are. Tinder is now got a height filter. Whatever next? Well, thank you so much for joining me. And that's thanks to today's guests, former editor-in-chief and media strategist Michael Jabbery-Pickett and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and good night.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, our focus is Ukraine. As peace talks continue between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul, we take a look at the chances of any kind of a breakthrough. Well, those talks come after a weekend which saw Ukrainian forces launch a huge drone attack on military bases deep inside Russia. We ask, how did Ukraine pull off Operation Spider's Web? Meanwhile, the British Prime Minister unveils a new defence review stating the country is moving to a war-fighting readiness mode. More on that. Well, let's get more details on that drone attack deep inside Russian territory. We can speak now to Yuri Sak, who's an advisor to Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries and who was formerly at the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. Mr. Sak, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by talking to you about Operation Spider's Web. I mean, a highly sophisticated operation. Drones hidden under the roofs on trucks. The roof was remotely opened and then the drones were released. What's your understanding of how this was carried out?
Good afternoon, Tom. So this was a unique operation that was supervised personally by our president. And of course, there was very limited number of people who were privy to the information because this operation was being prepared for a year and a half. It was carried out 1,000 miles away from Ukraine, and it involved smuggling of certain FPV drones into the Russian territory. And these trucks, they were then assembled inside Russia. One of the locations was 4,500 kilometers away from Ukrainian border. So this was a very complex operation, and this is why it was kept under very strict confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing operation in that there were no casualties that we're aware of, and yet 41 aircraft were hit, doing enormous damage to the Russian Air Force, billions of dollars worth of damage, and as you say, the longest range assault of the war. So what do you think the significance of this attack is and will be?
Well, it's a hugely significant attack because it demonstrates to our allies, again, that Ukraine is capable of sudden, very well prepared and immaculately executed operations in the new type of modern warfare. So that's point number one. Point number two, it, of course, demonstrates to the world that Russia is a paper tiger, which is what we've been saying all along, because if we were able to take out their strategic bombers, the ones that constitute the so-called part of their nuclear triad, if we were able to take out their strategic bombers with drones with $500, $600, I mean, that again exposes Russia's weaknesses. And overall, in the global dynamics of how this war is now viewed even by our partners, of course, it demonstrates that Ukraine has those cards that have been discussed so often recently.
Yeah, and these are the bombers, the Tu-22M bombers at that airbase in Belaya in Siberia that are being used to strike inside Ukraine. And I'm just wondering whether that in turn has triggered a reaction in Ukraine. I mean, is there a sense of justice or revenge in all of this?
Well, the first reaction that we always have in Ukraine when our armed forces or special forces succeed, and in particular on this occasion, is a sense of relief, because we all know here in Ukraine that those aircraft, they were used on a daily basis to launch cruise missiles on our country, which would, these missiles would land on peaceful cities and kill people. So the first is sense of relief. For us, it's about survival. It's not about so much revenge or vengeance, right? But at the same time, of course, we are collectively very proud of our special forces, because what has happened, this spiderweb operation, it will go down in the textbooks for all special forces around the world. And, it's unique. It's not been done before. And I think it's surpassed the expectations of even the skeptics.
And given what we were saying about this being the longest range assault of the war so far carried out by Ukraine, striking the Belaya Air Force Base in Siberia, do you think that's got some sort of a psychological dimension to it in terms of the impact seen from the Russian side?
Well, we have seen already panic and hysteria in Russian social media, in Russian propaganda TV channels. They have been all taken aback by what has happened. They are at a loss as to who to criticize, who is to blame. I mean, one Russian propaganda TV channel was calling today to execute the young soldiers who failed to detect those trucks. There are, as we're seeing, there are lines of trucks because every truck now in Russia is being, or they have to check it. And of course, it spreads the sense of paranoia that, if those 4 trucks were able to do yesterday what they did, then similar trucks could be, all over Russia. And, Russians are beginning to feel this war, which they brought upon us. They're beginning to feel it at home. And of course, it's only just and fair.
But in terms of how Russia responds, which is what I want to get on to talking about with you now, I mean, we did have overnight, there are reports of 472 Russian drone strikes and 7 missile strikes or attacks overnight on Ukraine. That's a record, I believe, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began. Do you think we are now entering a sort of fairly inevitable escalatory phase of the war?
It's very difficult to say, but of course, Ukrainian authorities are warning Ukrainian citizens that they have to be now extra careful and vigilant when the air raid sirens ring out, because Russia is a deranged terrorist state. I mean, they've been launching these massive missile and drone attacks even before yesterday's spiderweb operation. So, and of course, they will probably be now looking for a way to kind of present to their own people some form of response. And considering that, I will repeat, this is a deranged terrorist state, the Ukrainian people are warned that if you hear an air raid siren, make sure you're in a bomb shelter, take your kids to the bomb shelter, and just seek cover and safety.
I mean, in terms of where we go to from here, I mean, do you think we could be entering, a new phase in the war? Do you think we might be entering a more unpredictable phase in this war?
Well, look, we are building up our own Ukrainian defense industry base. We are producing, by the thousands, we are producing deep strike drones. All the targets, and you rightly mentioned that no civilians, for example, were hit yesterday. So the targets that we have are always military, which is unlike the Russians who strike our civilian objects. And, we hope that our successes, like the one yesterday, coupled with diplomatic efforts of Ukraine and our partners, will result in Russia realizing finally that this is an unwinnable war for them, and they have to sit down at that negotiating table and start talking meaningfully about the reaching peace and ceasefire and ending this war. But for now, everybody's in Ukraine, at least, very skeptical, because Russians are not showing any signs that they want peace.
Yeah, you mentioned those talks, and I'd like to talk about them in a bit more detail in just a moment. But just with regards to the operation that was carried out on Sunday, I mean, what sort of a message do you think that operation sends out, coming as it did on the eve of the discussions in Istanbul?
Well, we've seen that, the members of the Russian delegation who entered today the negotiating room, they were not so arrogant and bolshy as they were the last time. So, of course, we came to this negotiating table with a strong negotiating hand, and it was actually palpable in the air, because that's how negotiations work. You have to have a strong position.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like something has come out of those talks. Sort of fairly scant details for now, but it would appear a further an elaboration of the POW exchange. What else do you think is achievable at those talks in Istanbul?
Well, at this stage, I don't think, that should be regarded as a very good outcome, because all the other issues, like Russians are refusing to agree to a ceasefire. They are refusing to engage meaningfully in the discussion, even of the ceasefire. So, we are very transparent and honest. We our position has been aligned with the position of the European partners, with the United States of America. And, our position is very clear. Let's start the ceasefire unconditionally on land, on sea, in the air, and then we can start talking peace. Russians, it's falling on deaf ears when it comes to Russians. So we'll have to just keep, increasing the pressure, both on the battlefield, inside Russia, and on the international economic arena. More sanctions, making it more difficult for Russia to sell their oil, their gas, their energy resources, so that they cannot replenish their war machinery.
And you mentioned the United States. President Trump has said that the US could withdraw from its role as mediator if no progress is made. I mean, were the United States to sort of walk away from the negotiations process and leave you and the Russians to it, who would fare worse, do you think, in that scenario?
Well, look, we don't want to speculate, of course, and we believe that everything that Donald Trump is saying is part of his out of the deal. So, but I think, and we hope that deep inside he understands very well that supporting Ukraine and making sure that this war ends with a just peace is in the interests of the United States of America, because it's not a faraway war in a remote country that has no consequence for the global order. It's the epicenter of the future world order. So what happens in Ukraine will reverberate across the globe. And that's not something that it just happens so. We're in the epicenter of the tectonic transformation of the world global order. And we hope that the US will, for this reason, continue to be our partner, our strategic partner. They will continue supporting us. And, if they have to, if they have to pronounce certain things as part of the out of the deal to move the process forward, then so be it. We are adults, so we can live with that.
Okay. Are you seeing anything new in terms of the approach to bringing about an end to this war that perhaps gives you a little optimism you might not have had a couple of months ago?
Well, yes, we're seeing that Donald Trump actually personally is beginning to be more frustrated with what's happening, because he's probably beginning to realize what we knew all along. Russians cannot be trusted. Russians have no interest in peace. Russians want to destroy Ukraine, to entirely, make Ukraine disappear from the map. So we know this, and we were honestly telling this to our American partners and to Donald Trump and his team. But of course, they were harboring this hope that Russians could be talked some sense into them. I think they're beginning to see, the reality as it is, and that reality is pretty grim, and that's why Donald Trump begins to be frustrated. We hope that frustration translates into action, more support for Ukraine, more sanctions on Russia, more pressure, because that will be in line with what he himself said: peace through force. I mean, that's his formula, and I think about time it's implemented.
And just lastly, I mean, we are being told that Russia has captured another village in the northern Ukrainian province of Sumy, the region of Sumy, I should say. What's your understanding of the overall situation on the battlefield right now?
They're making some incremental advances, paying a staggering price for them in terms of manpower and equipment. But again, they're capturing one obscure village in Ukraine. We have just destroyed 1/3 of their nuclear triad, the aerial component. So it's an asymmetric warfare. It's a smart war that we are fighting. So we fall back where necessary to other defense positions. And actually, we've had some calculations. At this rate, if Russians were to conquer Ukraine, if at this rate, it will take them more than 100 years, actually, because I will repeat, these gains, in territorial gains, they're real, but they're very, very small. And, but we're seeing again in the intensification of their activities on the front lines, and it's probably going to get worse in the coming months.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us.
Thank you, Tom.
Yuri Sak, advisor to Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, in the context of these hostilities and the perceived threat from Russia, the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says his country is going to expand its nuclear-powered attack submarine fleet and shift the purpose of its armed forces to a state of, quote, warfighting readiness. Well, the changes are part of a defence review that is designed to prepare the country to fight a modern war and counter, as we said, the threat from Russia.
We are moving to warfighting readiness as the central purpose of our armed forces. When we are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, the most effective way to deter them is to be ready. And frankly, to show them that we're ready, to deliver peace through strength.
Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Sir Michael Fallon, a former UK Defence Secretary who joins us from the UK. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya News, Sir Michael. I just want to start, before I start talking to you about what the British Prime Minister has announced by way of this defence review, I'd like to ask for your reaction to that Ukrainian military Operation Spider's Web, the most damaging Ukrainian drone attack of the war so far. What were your thoughts when you heard about it?
It looks a stunning achievement by Ukraine, and extremely useful. It'll save lives if it stops these long-range bombers attacking and destroying civilian apartments and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Then the daring of the Ukrainian forces will really have paid off. And I hope Russia takes the right lesson from this, stops the strikes on Ukraine, and gets down to some serious peace talks.
Yeah, there were no casualties from Operation Spider's Web that we know of, and yet 41 planes were hit, billions of dollars of damage done to the Russian Air Force. Do you think there's a psychological dimension to this as well? And do you think there will be some sort of an impact on the Russian population and perhaps on morale as a result?
Well, certainly, I think the Russian population will be wondering how these explosions these bombs got through to these airfields, which are really quite remote from the front line in Ukraine. So certainly, they will feel less safe as a result. But I hope they will also understand that, these planes that have been destroyed were destroying civilian lives and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine.
Let's turn our attention to what's been happening in the United Kingdom, because we've heard Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, talking about how Britain must be battle-ready. Let me start by asking you about that. I mean, what does he mean when he says Britain must be battle-ready?
Well, the defence review that's been published today recognises quite rightly that the main threat to the United Kingdom is now Russia. It's very clear about that. Through Russia, what Russia has done in invading Crimea and Ukraine, and before that Georgia, the attacks on our businesses, our hospitals through cyber, the menacing of our underwater cables, the incursions into near our airspace. There's no doubt now that Russia poses a threat to us here in the United Kingdom, as well as to the whole eastern frontier of NATO. And what the Prime Minister wants to do now is to wake people up to that. That means accelerating the modernisation of our defences, and it means investing in some of the long-term military equipment that we need. You've seen the announcement now about investing in new submarines, investing in more missiles.
Do you think the desire of the British Prime Minister as well is that the United States will pay attention to what the UK, a close and traditional ally of America, is doing here, especially when you single out Russia as being the biggest threat that the UK currently faces right now?
Well, certainly, what Trump is doing in America is forcing all the European members of NATO to rethink and increase the level of their defence spending. And there's a danger here for the Prime Minister, because he hasn't yet put a date on us getting to 3% of our gross domestic product, whereas some of the Baltic states, Poland, other countries have actually gone beyond that. And America itself, of course, spends well above 3%. So there's a slight danger that when Trump gets here to the NATO summit at the end of this month, Britain actually is slightly lagging the others. But the other job I think Britain has got to do, poised between Europe and the United States, is to try and convince the United States that actually all these conflicts, whether it's Indo-Pacific, the Middle East, or what Russia is doing in Ukraine, they're all linked together. And that Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China are now joining up to undermine the West and to disrupt the democracies. And really, the more we can be doing here to help Ukraine win their struggle helps the Americans, takes the load off them and helps them face up to the military growth in China.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on that point you made about defence spend as a percentage of GDP. And as we've been saying, the British Prime Minister says the UK is committed to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence by 2027, with the ambition, he says, of hitting 3% by 2034. I mean, that's a pretty long way off. And just to pick up on something that someone I'm sure you know has been saying, Lord Dannatt on Times Radio quoted as saying, that's a bit like saying in 1938 to Adolf Hitler, please don't attack us until 1946, because we're not quite ready there. I mean, do you agree with Lord Dannatt that the British government really needs to take this up a couple of gears?
Yes, I do. And, I'm very pleased they've adopted 2.5%. That was important. But it's too far away, I think, to get to 3%, particularly when other allies in Europe are spending more. And, we need to set a firmer target. And, our industry needs that as well. They need to be able to plan ahead, to start investing in the new equipment that our armed forces need. And they need to start doing that now. So it's, some of these programs are very long-term programs, and we need to make a start. And saying we've got the ambition really, isn't good enough. As Richard Dannatt said, ambition doesn't deter anybody. What does deter Russia in the end is standing up to them.
OK, so we're saying this ambition is not quite ambitious enough. You mentioned spend. There's another dimension to this, which is, of course, people. I mean, does there need to be a significant increase in recruitment in the ranks of the British military? Have they got enough manpower?
No, they haven't at the moment. Most of the army is under-recruited, and there's a serious recruitment crisis in the Royal Navy. People aren't coming forward to serve. And we need to address that. It means looking at the terms, the pay, the conditions. There's some more money going into military housing, which I welcome. But we've also, I think, got to work to bridge this gap between our civic society that has been very well protected and comfortable, if you like, since the end of the Second World War, and our military. Our military have gone off to Afghanistan, they've gone to Iraq, they've gone off to fight wars inside these big coalitions. But that's got detached, I think, from us back at home. And we've got to re-establish that link and educate, I think, people all over again, especially young people, that the military really is part of us. And all of us have an obligation, to be part of the resilience that we now want to see.
Yeah, just in terms of the language that was used by Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, he talked about war readiness. I mean, that's quite a departure from talking about deterrence, isn't it? And one of the things that was said during the course of the weekend, Germany's top defence official, General Carsten Brewer, warns of a possible Russian attack on a NATO state within the next 4 years. I mean, do you share that assessment that such an attack could be as close in time as that?
Yes, I do. And if you go to the frontline states, if you go to Romania, where I was last week, if you go to the Baltic states or Poland and you get off the plane, people say to you, welcome to the front line, because they see Russian troops massing on their border. They have Russian aircraft buzzing their aerospace overhead. And we've had direct attacks here in Britain. We had an attack in a cathedral city in Salisbury. But more than that, recently, we've had attacks on our businesses. We've had attacks on our health service, cyber attacks. Now, there's no doubt at all now that, Russia is an adversary. And we have to shake ourselves, I think, out of some complacency and remind everybody that this is a very direct threat, not just to Ukraine that's suffering, not just to Moldova or the Baltic states, but a very direct threat to us here in Western Europe and to the United Kingdom.
Do you think, what are we, 10 years almost on from Brexit, do you think a common threat and a common fear of conflicts on the European continent with Russia behind it, as you say, Do you think that's somehow brought Britain closer to its European neighbours across the Channel?
Yes, I do, and so it should. You know, this is our continent, you know, and you can't keep relying, for example, on the Americans to come and defend us. You know, the Second World War ended 80 years ago, and we still depend on thousands of American troops. You know, we have to step up. And there are half a dozen members of NATO who nowhere near spending the 2% at the moment, all on the western side of Europe. So Britain needs to be part of that. We should be one of the leading militaries in Europe, and we should be playing our part. And, you know, we have that particular alliance with the United States. We have a global role as well, protecting our sea routes. We have a carrier heading for the Indo-Pacific at the moment. So it really falls on us to step up. And I think we've got to put some of the Brexit battles and the Brexit language behind us. This is our continent. And as we've had to do before, you know, we have to step up and help defend it.
But do you not worry, Sir Michael, that, you know, all of this expenditure on military hardware, on defence, risks somehow militarising, triggering a cycle of militarisation across Europe? And does that bring with it associated risks?
No, the European countries were spending much more on defence. You know, as we came to the end of the Cold War, we were spending more than we're spending today at the very start of this century. No, I think we've got ourselves into a state of some complacency that the threat isn't really here and that we don't need to get involved in this stuff. And Richard Dannett is right. You know, we have shrunk our armed forces successively under different governments to the point where we do need to rebuild. Now, we started that a few years ago, but we certainly need to rebuild more, Army, Navy and Air Force. And we need to take the public along with us. We need to explain why we're doing this, that this, what is happening in Ukraine is part of what we are there to deal with, which is to defend the freedoms and democracy that we have here and to help other democracies that are under threat.
Yeah, you mentioned public opinion. There's also the public purse. There will be people asking, can the United Kingdom afford to spend so very much more on its defence? What would be your answer to that?
Well, defence just has to come first. I'm quite sure Ukraine signed up to net zero. I'm sure they'd love to be spending money on getting towards net zero. They can't do any of that stuff when they've been invaded and they're fighting Russia. So these other things, dealing with child poverty, overseas aid, getting to net zero, these are all desirable things. But the very first thing you've got to do is to defend your country and make sure you're not threatened in the way that Ukraine has been threatened.
And just lastly, we're going to wrap it up right after this question, but I just want to ask you lastly where you see things heading to from here. There have been talks taking place in Istanbul. It appears some new POW exchange has come out of that, and there'll be another round, we're being told, in June. Are you seeing any signs that perhaps there could be a way out of this that's not a military way out of this? Are you hopeful that those talks in Istanbul could yield some results?
Well, reasonably hopeful. I always thought this, couldn't be done in a day or a week or whatever President Trump said. It took a long time to end the Korean War or the Vietnam War. These things do take a long time to put together again. And obviously the first step ought to be some kind of ceasefire. But, at the moment, the President of America wants to see some sort of agreement. And I should think in the end, the Russians do want some sort of agreement. They're not winning this war. They're not losing it. They're not being pushed out of Ukraine, but they're not getting very much further. And Ukraine has demonstrated again at the weekend that it's absolutely determined to resist to the end. And, until there is a ceasefire, while civilians keep being killed in Ukraine, the West ought to keep stepping up and keep giving Ukraine the equipment it needs to help protect its citizens.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure speaking to you. Sir Michael Fallon, former UK Defence Secretary, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, as we've been hearing, Ukraine's large-scale drone attack destroyed some 40 Russian aircraft. Well, the strike took place as Moscow simultaneously pounded Ukraine with missiles and drones. and just hours before a new round of direct peace talks were held in Istanbul. Well, let's get more analysis on all of that. We can speak to Ambassador Matthew Breiser, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia, who joins us now from Baku. Ambassador, great to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya English. One of the things I'd like to start by talking to you about is a warning that came from Germany's top defence official, General Carsten Breuer, who warned of a possible Russian attack within 4 years. And he was talking about NATO countries. I was wondering how seriously you think NATO and the member states should take that sort of a timeline.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for having me with you and for such a thoughtful question. All throughout NATO Europe, the similar predictions or assessments are being talked about. And I used to run a military or a Ministry of Defense think tank in Estonia, and we had our annual conference a couple of weeks ago, and there were several chiefs of defense and four-star generals and ministers of defense who unanimously were saying within 5 years, Russia will have the capability to attack European members of NATO. Now, that's not the same thing as an intention. That's the capability, which leads to then Europe wanting to scale up its defense capacity as quickly as possible. So capability, yeah. Intention, that remains to be seen.
One of the other things that General Breuer said is that the threat level is the most severe he's seen in his 40 years of service. Now, I don't know if you have 40 years of service. I don't expect you do. But do you agree with the essence of what he says? And do you think Washington views it in the same way that he does?
I think yes and no. So, yes, I think the threat level is as high as it has ever been when it comes to Europe. I mean, there's, the first full-scale war on European territory since World War II. It's happening right now. And President Putin has shown his willingness to challenge at the margins NATO territory. There are some weapons that have landed in Romania and in Poland, maybe by mistake. And he conducted operations in Ukraine, so in Donetsk and in Crimea back in 2014, that could be replicated in the Baltic states, meaning military operations that are ambiguously Russian until Putin says, yes, these were Russian operations, which then fall beneath the threshold of a response under Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, whereby all NATO allies have to come to the aid of any NATO ally that's under threat. I think the reason why this threat level is so high from Russia is precisely because of Washington not really appreciating that there is this level of threat, and President Putin thinking that he can either wear out President Trump politically, tire him out, or manipulate President Trump into allowing Russia not to have to fear a U.S. retaliation for a Russian strike.
OK, but Mr. Trump might be saying, what's the evidence to suggest that Russia is indeed planning an attack within that time frame? I mean, are there any credible indicators, any credible intelligence that such an attack could be in the offing?
Well, I don't know of any, but when ministers of defense of NATO member states are issuing such public warnings, they're not doing it out of the clear blue sky. There was significant intelligence before Putin's second invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 from the United States saying that the buildup that he was undergoing on Russia's border with Ukraine also was accompanied by the intention to attack Ukraine. And at that time, those warnings of the Biden administration were largely ignored by the U.S.'s NATO allies and by the Ukrainian government itself, I should add. So now European leaders and military leaders, maybe you can say they're being more careful or they're being prudent, but whether or not they have specific intelligence of Russia's intention to invade NATO territory, I don't know. But what there clearly is a growing Russian capability to do so.
OK, what about the European capability and the NATO capability? Do you think Europe and the NATO member states can scale up their defence readiness in that 4-year window that was set out by the German general?
Well, put it this way. The chief of defense of Estonia at this conference, so this was 2 weeks ago, said, yeah, Europe can scale up quickly enough. The question is, are we thinking about it the right way? Are Europeans ready to fight and ready to fight to win? And I think that political question remains unanswered in Europe, with a lot of European NATO members, Hungary, for example, not willing to engage in the sort of scaling up and deterrence of Russia. But the capabilities that Europe needs to scale up quickly are increasingly things that is simply doesn't have at all, like airlift capacity, which the United States has provided, significant air defense and space-based capabilities for intelligence purposes to be able to target and therefore deter Russian forces. And what Europe also lacks, and it's unclear if it'll be able to develop these capabilities within 5 years, is the ability to strike deeply into Russian territory like Ukraine just did by destroying, as you said, Tom, up to 1/3 of Russia's strategic bomber force with this drone attack deep inside Russia.
Yeah, I want to ask you a bit more about that in just a moment. But I want to ask you before that, what's the point of this German general issuing a warning like the one he issued? Because doesn't it risk escalating tensions even further than they'd go to otherwise? And doesn't everything at that point become something of a self-fulfilling prophecy?
The answer to your question would be yes, if President Putin was not behaving the way that he is. He has threatened the use of nuclear weapons. He has threatened nuclear weapons and exercised the use of nuclear weapons on European, now NATO member states. He did that in Sweden a few years ago, against Sweden. So Putin he's suggesting he's willing to use force, and that's against NATO member states. And if that's the signal being sent, if there is not a clear response by NATO that if you do this, Mr. President, we will respond and we will defeat you, and therefore there's no point in your threatening us with military force, then there wouldn't be a deterrent. So no, it's very important when President Putin is sending these belligerent signals and has invaded Ukraine and has vowed to eliminate it as a viable state, that, in my opinion, that NATO is being very clear in response that if you touch NATO territory, your military will be destroyed. So don't even think about it. And therefore, de-escalate. That's how de-escalation works diplomatically.
Let's talk about Operation Spider's Web for a moment. Russia calling it a very serious blow. You just mentioned yourself as well, a reminder that a large number of Russian aircraft, some serious Russian military hardware was destroyed. What do you see the consequences of something like that as being?
Well, number one, Russia will respond against Ukraine, but it already is. It's launched its biggest aerial bombardments of Ukraine, of civilian targets, by the way, during the last week since the war began, or since the full-scale invasion began. So, but Russia, President Putin will feel compelled to lash out. He'll continue attacking cities and schools and apartment buildings and energy infrastructure in Ukraine. But on the other hand, I think that this sort of creative, forceful, impactful, even maybe devastating in the short term attack by Ukraine is the sort of thing that garners respect, yes, anger from President Putin, but also respect, and a sense that Russia now will really maybe have to negotiate in good faith and think about ending the war, because until now, as President Trump has suggested, it seems that President Putin has not been serious about negotiating an end to the war. He's refused the U.S. proposal for an unconditional 30-day ceasefire and has instead decided to continue bombarding Ukrainian cities. So when Ukraine pulls off a really spectacular attack like this one, it must give President Putin pause and have him think, wow, maybe continuing this war is not a great idea for me or for Russia.
Right, so an impact on the psychology of Russian people, the Russian army, the Russian leadership. The fact that Ukraine was able to strike so deeply into Russian territory. I mean, it does slightly undermine that aura of Russian military might, doesn't it?
Oh, it totally does. And by the way, I mean, Max Boot, he's a brilliant friend of mine and columnist in the Washington Post. He wrote a column today saying, this also has an impact on warfare globally, because, up until now, the United States, NATO allies, everybody has thought if you put a big old steel fence with, guard posts around an airfield and you have air defense, missiles, et cetera, the airfield is protected. Ukraine has just shown that, no, that's not the case at all. And maybe these big lumbering strategic bombers are not so useful in this era of hyper adaptable and creative drone warfare.
Now, Ambassador Burges, you're usually based in Istanbul, I gather, which is, of course, where the latest round of talks has been taking place, direct talks between delegations from Russia and Ukraine. Today's round was pretty short, about an hour, and I'm assuming, I don't know what you think, and clearly this is highly speculative, but I mean, what sort of impact do you think Operation Spider's Web would have had on the overall mood and feeling at those talks?
Yeah, I happen to be in Baku for an energy conference, but I'm watching the events back home, if you will, in Istanbul closely. And as I was alluding to a moment ago, I think the Ukrainian attacks were timed to have a positive impact on the Russian delegation. Russia has sent every signal it wasn't taking these negotiations seriously. Whereas Ukraine has sent its defense minister to the talks, Russia has sent the former culture minister. There's no decision level member of the Russian delegation. And even though the two parties in their last round of talks in May agreed they would submit draft plans for a way forward before this meeting, Russia refused to do so while Ukraine did submit such a plan. So Russia was indicating, we're not going to negotiate in good faith. We're not taking these talks seriously. Okay, President Donald Trump wants us at least to run through the motions. Okay, we'll do it, but we hope he's going to put pressure back on Zelensky and eventually, run out of interest and withdraw from the mediation effort, as Vice President J.D. Vance warned the U.S. might do a couple of weeks ago. So now I think President Putin's delegation will start negotiating more seriously, or at least possibly considering more serious negotiations. So I actually think this will be helpful for the talks.
Okay, and something that did come out of it is a further prisoners swap, focusing on the most severely injured prisoners on both sides. I mean, is that meaningful? Is that a meaningful step?
It is. It's certainly meaningful for those injured soldiers and their families, and thank God that this happened. So it's very meaningful, but it's. I think we're deluding ourselves if we expect a sustained ceasefire anytime soon. President Putin has not achieved any of the goals he's articulated, his strategic goals, which is essentially regime change in Kyiv, ending the military capabilities of Ukraine, and NATO pulling back its political and military enlargement since the end of the Cold War. That is not going to happen. So President Putin needs to explain why nearly, 750,000 or more Russian soldiers have been killed or injured. For what purpose? For what goals being achieved? So President Putin feels compelled to keep fighting to try to achieve more territory taken from Ukraine. So eventually he can say, okay, it was worth it. But he's not at that point yet. So he has to keep on fighting. So what Ukraine is demanding is that besides prisoner swaps and a 30-day unconditional ceasefire, that the children who were abducted and kidnapped by Russia be returned to Ukraine. That would be a really important step as well, even though that wouldn't mark the end of the war.
Right, and all the while, President Zelensky saying, and we've alluded to this already, there must be a new, quote, level of pressure that includes sanctions on Russia. And I think it sounds as though he's making that appeal to Washington. I mean, is that appeal likely to be taken into consideration, or is it likely to fall on deaf ears?
Well, it has been taken into consideration when President Trump has warned several weeks ago that he feels that President Putin may just be tapping him along, he said, and then President Trump threatened to impose even more crippling sanctions on Russia if President Putin continues to refuse to negotiate in good faith. But having said that, clearly, President Trump doesn't want to take that step. Clearly, he wants to find a way to restructure international politics, in sort of a concert like the 1815 concert of Europe after the Napoleonic Wars, when Europe's great powers and the autocracies decided the near-term security and political future of Europe. President Trump likes that way of conducting diplomacy. So he wants to work with the strong, tough leaders like President Putin, I think like Xi Jinping as well, and others, and maybe get a deal in Iran or with Iran.
And just lastly, I mean, when President Trump says to both sides, the Russians and the Ukrainians, if you don't sort this out and strike a deal at some point quite soon, we're going to walk away and leave you to it. I mean, do you think he's serious? And if he is, which side do you think would fare worse as a result?
I do think he's serious, and I think Ukraine would by far suffer the worst of it, because without U.S. support, it's much more difficult for Ukraine to keep up this fight, though it will keep it up for a long time. But it is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants, right? Putin's strategy had been hope for President Trump to be reelected and for President Trump to cut U.S. military assistance to Ukraine. That has happened. Now what Putin wants is for the U.S. mediation to end If the U.S. mediation ends, if Trump loses interest and stops providing military assistance to Ukraine, then Putin's hands are untied. He doesn't have to worry about these additional sanctions from the U.S. or alienating his friend, Donald Trump. And so the best thing for Putin right now is for the U.S. to walk away from the process. And that's probably the worst thing for Ukraine to have happen.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to share that with us. Ambassador Matthew Bryza, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Pleasure.
Well, let's get more now from William Albuquerque, who is a former director of NATO's Armed Control, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre, now a senior adjunct fellow at the Pacific Forum. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English, sir. I just want to start by asking you about Operation Spider's Web. According to reports, drones were hidden inside the roofs of wooden sheds, and those shed roofs were then opened by remote control. I mean, have you ever heard anything like that?
Oh, no, I've never seen an attack like this ever. It's one of the most audacious and extensive military operations carried out by clandestine services. It also included trucks that apparently the top would lift off remotely, and 36 drones would be able to fly out of the back of the truck as well. So truly an extraordinary attack.
And how significant of a setback, based on what we know at this stage, would you say this attack was for Moscow?
Honestly, it's one of the most humiliating days for any Air Force in the world. We're talking about claims of up to 41 strategic aircraft eliminated. This is the greatest one-day loss for aircraft of a strategic nature outside of, I would say, World War II.
And in terms of how Washington views this, and you know, President Trump and President Zelensky have had a few differences, and that was plain for everyone to see in the Oval Office back in late February. But I think it's fair to say, I mean, without sort of simplifying things too much, that President Trump does tend to side with the stronger side. And I'm wondering whether this sort of audacious, to use your words, attack gives President Zelensky that lift to make him the slightly stronger party at this particular juncture of the war. I mean, could there be anything in that that perhaps means that support for President Zelensky from Washington is more forthcoming than it was previously?
I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, first we have to say that according to Zelensky, he started planning this mission 18 months ago. So, you know, I think a direct correlation between things that are happening right now and the planning is a little bit hard to justify. But certainly in the context of negotiations where Ukraine is trying to get more leverage against Putin himself, first of all, but also, as you point out, to demonstrate to President Trump that Ukraine is strong and powerful at a time when Trump is seemingly a little bit disappointed in Putin's unwillingness to engage seriously in negotiations. The timing just could not have been better for Ukraine. And I think you're absolutely correct. I think there's a lot to be said for the idea that President Trump is going to be looking at Ukraine as a strong party to this conflict, and maybe, you know, that could shift some of his views.
Clearly a boost for Ukrainian morale, and clearly a massive blow for Russia, and a psychological dimension to all of this is that Ukraine is capable of striking what everyone had believed to be one of the mightiest armies in the world deep inside their own territory, using fairly unsophisticated but ingenious weaponry here. But I'd like to ask you about another impact beyond the psychological impact, which is there a real risk of a massive escalation at this point?
You know, it's really interesting because this comes right after Russia did one of the largest attacks that it's unleashed on Ukraine in terms of missiles and drones striking at civilian and military targets across Ukraine. It's hard to know what Russia would do to escalate. I still believe that Russia does not believe, Putin himself knows that the risk of going nuclear could be that he would lose Chinese support, he would lose Indian support, the economy would really, really suffer tremendously, and the direct military support from China could disappear. But also, you know, the fact that the UK and France and even the United States might intervene in the conflict. So it's hard to see what he could do that would be more horrible than what he's already done to Ukraine. I don't think he has a lot of escalation room left. And honestly, I think the costs and the fact that, just as you said, that this has hit Russia so deep inside Russian territory, it's really something deep in their minds that their country is so big that they can hide if they really need to from this conflict. The fact that Ukraine has hit them so many places across Russia really steals that idea away that Putin has some kind of sanctuary somewhere and might actually help bring him to the table.
So all of that being the case, why do you think people like Germany's General Brewer, who I believe is the most powerful military man in Germany, is issuing warnings along the lines of, you know, an attack on NATO and on European nations could be 4 years away from now? Where do you think he's coming from?
I think he's coming from the idea that Russia has now oriented its entire economy towards warfare, towards building military capabilities. And the fear really is that as soon as this war stops, Russia will begin rearming, and that if Russia feels like it has lost this war, that it might even be more aggressive in the future. And I think he's trying to send a signal out to the other allies that no matter what happens in the coming days or weeks, we do have to prepare ourselves for the potential for longer-term conflict with Russia, that basically the Russia problem's not going away anytime soon. So in that respect, I think it's a wise thing to start thinking about. This isn't something that's going to go away even with the cessation of combat in Ukraine. In fact, it could become a more acute problem in the future.
And yeah, I mean, that sort of a warning comes at roughly the same sort of time the British Prime Minister, and we've been talking about it before we crossed to you with our other guests, the British Prime Minister unveiling a massive review of defence spending in the UK. I mean, this Ukraine chapter seems to have been a massive wake-up call to a lot of countries in Europe. Do you think they're stepping up to the plate in an adequate fashion?
I would say that it's been remarkable. Since 2014, the alarm has been going off very stridently. You go back to the Russian war on Georgia in 2008. This has been a problem that has been long ignored by the European allies. And so I do think they are reacting as best as they possibly can. 2022 was such a shock to the system for so many countries that really wanted to believe that Russia would never do something like this. And now we start seeing real capabilities starting to develop in Europe. The twin of this shock being the fears that the United States might disengage. It's really turbocharged thinking about the security of Europe. As you mentioned, the UK announcement, which also includes some background conversations about new developments on their nuclear thinking as well. I think we're going to see some big changes in the European defense environment caused by the war, caused by Trump and fear of detachment, that is really going to transform the way European acts as a military and security power in the future.
Do you think there are some vulnerabilities in Europe that Russia might seek to exploit during the next few years?
We've already seen it. We've already seen Russian saboteurs, assassinations, poisonings. As you remember, the use of chemical weapons in the United Kingdom by Russian spies. They see our society's openness as a huge weakness and vulnerability. And so I do fear that there's going to be more sabotage attacks, more assassination attempts, more larger scale disruption attempts to try to disrupt the lives of ordinary people across Europe in order for Russia to spread fear and to try to get us to not think about defending ourselves as much and to give in to Russian desires. But it's having the opposite effect, and I think it will continue to. But you're correct to point out, we are still very vulnerable across Europe, and those vulnerabilities aren't going to go away because we're not, I hope, going to change from being open societies.
And to what extent do you think President Trump is having a rethink about that rapprochement that looked so likely, let's say, back in February, March? I mean, do you think he is now thinking, or perhaps is he being told by some of his advisors, not so fast?
I think you're absolutely right. I think it's not only his advisors, but also, Trump is so transactional, and he really wants to know what's in it for him and what's the deal that he can get. And honestly, Russia, other than oil resources, which the United States is seeking to supplant Russia as a major supplier globally, Russia doesn't have a lot. They're not a future economy. They don't have the rare earths that China has. They don't have the vibrant workforce that so many countries around the world has. They're not an emerging power. They're a descending power. And I think a lot of his advisors, watching Putin kind of run Russia's reputation into the ground, are saying, why would we hitch our wagon to this particular dying horse? Why don't we go with something more interesting? And quite frankly, the Europeans are doing a lot better and a lot more interesting things. The countries of the Middle East that Trump also has a huge affinity for, real rising middle powers there. And then in Asia as well, countries like South Korea and Japan. So you could see a transactional, in it for himself Trump, who ends up allying with traditional allies because there's just more of a future there.
Just lastly, I want to ask you something that sort of draws on your expertise at NATO. I mean, supposing there was one of these attacks that we were talking about, sabotage, a cyber attack on a massive scale, could that, do you think, something really advanced, trigger Article 5?
I think the Allies are very, very careful about Article 5. It's only been invoked once in NATO history, and it was actually on a 9/11, and the United States didn't really want an Article 5 declaration because it meant the whole alliance was at war. So I think we're going to be really careful about Article 5 in the future, but I do think you're going to see NATO allies signaling the real potential for deterrent actions against Russian hybrid operations. So if they do try something in terms of sabotage, that we might actually threaten something a little bit more violent, a little bit more decisive to try to deter Russia from doing that in the future. So we could be in a real dangerous place here if Putin believes that he can get away with these attacks. So I think you're going to hear more things like what we heard from the German general in future days, highlighting the Russian threat and emphasizing the need to respond decisively, even to things like sabotage and assassination in the future, whereas 5 years ago, allies might have been more willing to sweep that under the rug.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you sharing those insights with us. William Albuquerque, former director of NATO's Arms Controls, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that brings you up to date with these developments. A strong focus today on Operation Spider's Web, analysis and perspective from the UK, former NATO officials there for you in this edition. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Do stay with us here on Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
This is Siwa, and Siwa, she's 5 months old. She is severely, acutely malnourished. If you look at her little legs, she just has the skin on her bones. When she cries, you can't barely hear the sound because she's so exhausted.
Hello, I'm Riz Khan. UNICEF's video reports from the ground in Gaza illustrate the challenge they're facing to prevent 14,000 babies from starving to death in the war-torn Palestinian territory. But the Israeli government has dismissed famine concerns as, quote, Hamas-driven false narratives. In this episode, we bring you a first-hand account of the dire conditions in Gaza from the humanitarian aid workers' perspective. This week, tragedy struck a classroom in Gaza when it was reduced to rubble by an Israeli airstrike. Children sheltering there were killed. In another devastating incident, 2 Palestinian doctors lost 9 of their 10 children. Their sole surviving child is critically injured. The Israeli Defense Forces say they were targeting militants and continue to accuse Hamas of embedding fighters among civilians. But the escalating military campaign is severely restricting the flow of humanitarian aid, and hundreds of thousands of families are forced to search for a dwindling number of safe spaces. Rosalia Bollen runs a UNICEF team in Gaza and shares a daily struggle to help Palestinian families survive the continuing conflict. She joins me now to share a raw and very personal perspective on what it means to try to protect children in the middle of one of the world's most complex and dangerous conflicts. Rosalia, it's good to have you on the show. Let's start with the story, the tragic story of the 2 Palestinian doctors who lost 9 of their children in a bombing. The son who survived is not in good shape either, and it's said that maybe even the father might be in a very critical condition. What's been the reaction in Gaza, and how do moments like this affect the wider conversation on the conflict?
Oh, this is an extremely tragic story in itself, but what's maybe even more tragic is that it's not a unique case. In fact, children continue to be killed on a daily basis. Tents are being hit, schools turned into shelters, and sometimes entire families are killed at once, like in the case of this doctor who's working in central Gaza. People are exhausted. They're exhausted physically. They're exhausted mentally. And these bombardments that continue mean that children and their parents are stuck in a permanent state of stress. I exited Gaza a short while ago, and I've just felt it firsthand. You hear the buzzing of the planes, you hear planes approaching, and you're just constantly on edge because you know a bomb is going to fall. You don't know where, you wonder if it'll be close to you, and then you just wait for that explosion. And those few seconds until the explosion, they seem like an eternity. It's absolutely terrifying. And the attacks have been intensifying over the past couple of days. There's a very morbid child casualty toll that we keep track of since the resumption of the military operations on March 18th. At least 1,230 children have been reported killed. That was up to 23 May, and thousands more have been injured. I actually think personally that the term injured isn't adequate enough. The children that I've come across during my time in Gaza, some have very severe burns, including over the entirety of their bodies. They have shrapnel lodged in their tiny bodies, bullets that doctors find difficult to extract.
كنت قاعدة في الخيمة، كنت نايمة، أجا الشظايا عليا، بعدين أجا أسعفوني وأخذوني إنه أعيش وإيدي تتحسن وأصير ألعب فيها.
They have fractures, they've had to be amputated from limbs. So we're talking about children who will carry the consequences of these attacks with them for the rest of their lifetime.
Well, I'll get into details in a moment, but with these devastating events becoming so frequent, do you think the world has to any degree become desensitized? Or do stories like the 2 doctors and their 10 children and the tragic consequence of what happened to them have the power to stop the conflict, or at least cause a pause?
I mean, for sure, the numbers are overwhelming. The latest child fatality count for the entirety of the war is at least 16,500 children who've been reported killed. And those are children who've been killed in airstrikes, in explosions. There's also lots of children who have died sort of as a secondary consequence of this war. I, for instance, have interviewed countless children who were severely ill, including an 11-year-old boy with leukemia. And after I interview these children, a couple of days or weeks later, I usually check in with the parents to see how the child is doing, and also what type of support they've been receiving from UNICEF. In Islam's case, I interviewed him end of October, and when I checked in mid-November, turned out that he had passed away because of care not being available inside the Gaza Strip. So the suffering, the deaths go beyond the bombs and the bullets. Children are also dying as a result of the living conditions. I fondly hope that there will be action taken. We're entering the 20th month of this war. It's unconscionable that this continues on a daily basis. And when people feel overwhelmed around the world, they should remember that these aren't numbers. These are sons and daughters. These are babies. That's what we're talking about. And these children, not only did they do anything to set off this war, not only aren't they responsible for the war, they also don't have the means to get out of the situation that they're in.
Considering how bad things are, Rosalia, let's find out what's the latest you've been getting from what's going on the ground in Gaza in terms of humanitarian aid, because as you've described, the conditions are pretty bad.
Yes, so since the beginning of last week, on May 19th, UNICEF and the World Food Programme were authorized to bring in very limited quantities of food and nutrition support. So that in itself is a very welcome development, considering the total blockade on aid and goods into the Gaza Strip for over 2.5 months. The reality is that these quantities that we were allowed to bring in are vastly insufficient to meet the needs of children in Gaza today. UNICEF also, when I say nutrition support, we're not bringing in food that you're going to find in the supermarket or on the markets. We're not bringing in fresh produce, dairy products, meat. The type of supplies that we bring in are very specialized. They're meant as ready to use therapeutic food for children who risk becoming malnourished or who are already malnourished. There are little sachets with a sort of a paste in it that is fortified, and that the children can just suck directly out of the sachet. And it's baby food that is meant to be complementary as well. So it's specialized food that is meant for the most vulnerable children inside Gaza.
And of course, for the babies, because many of the mothers are so undernourished, they can't produce milk. I'm guessing this is part of the plan when it comes to the kind of products you get in.
So the malnutrition screening that we do is focused not just on children under 5, but is also focused on pregnant women and breastfeeding women. And because of the aid blockade and really the deteriorating situation on the ground, we have had to adjust our analysis and malnutrition estimates for 2025. You may have seen that in May, actually the beginning of this month, we've brought out new analysis, which has established that if things stay the way that they are, there will be at least 71,000 children who are acutely malnourished and who would need support in the year to come, and there will be at least 17,000 women who will also be malnourished. And indeed, pregnant women are particularly affected. Pregnant women who are malnourished, they risk giving birth to babies with congenital malformations, babies with low birth weight. We risk to see a lot of premature births. It's not just the nutrition situation, it's really the combination of permanent stress, lack of access to sanitary facilities, spread of disease, the very difficult living situations that people are in. And that is equally affecting the ability of women to breastfeed. They have to share a tent with all their relatives. They don't have any privacy. They're not well nourished themselves, so they may not produce enough breast milk. So there's lots of obstacles to women and children in Gaza.
Rosalia, the numbers are staggering. Of course, when put to the Israeli government, they often deny that those numbers are accurate because they say these are obviously done with basically an affinity for the Palestinian side, and the aid agencies often get the finger pointed at them. How do you react when you hear that kind of thing?
Well, when it comes to, for instance, numbers in relation to malnutrition, UNICEF is present throughout Gaza, and we support something called mid-upper arm circumference measurements. That's jargon for malnutrition screening. So this is a global methodology that is applied everywhere in the world. And in UNICEF-supported malnutrition clinics, treatment clinics around Gaza, we carry out these screenings on a daily basis. So we actually have data from the ground where we can see that there is a significant deterioration.
I'm presuming this mid-upper arm circumference measurement you mentioned is a quick and easy one to do, and it's regarded as accurate in terms of malnutrition, yeah?
Absolutely. So it's done globally. It's not done specifically in Gaza. And the people who the health professionals who carry out these screenings have been trained on the protocols to carry out this type of measurements. Also, I mean, if you think about it for a second, it really shouldn't come as a surprise that there's an increase in malnutrition when you have first 15 months of war where aid is coming in only on a drip feed, really just a trickle of what is needed. Then we have 6 weeks of ceasefire where humanitarian organizations are able to scale up, but because the needs are so high, we immediately distribute the supplies that we have, or we try to distribute them as fast as we can. But we're not going to sit on them. We're not going to use them to build stocks in our warehouses. And then you have 2.5 months of aid blockade. It's not just aid. Nothing has entered the Gaza Strip since March 2nd. I mean, think about your own town that you live in. If your own town becomes under a total siege, obviously things are going to run out pretty fast. Food, medicines, hygiene supplies. What do you expect under these circumstances?
Rosalia, with the numbers that we're talking here, there are some who call this a genocide. Others push back on that term, of course. Based on what you've seen, how do you tend to describe it?
I mean, I'm always getting a little bit desperate when I hear these type of debates, because what we see on the ground is children being killed, children being mutilated, children being starved, children dying because of a lack of medical care that is available to them. All the while, life-saving aid is ready to be brought into Gaza immediately if humanitarian organizations were allowed to do so. UNICEF alone has the equivalent of 1,000 trucks in life-saving aid ready to be moved into Gaza immediately if we get green light. It's as with the debate around famine. I think what is important here is that this is happening now. We shouldn't wait for a group of experts to officially declare famine. We know that children are dying from hunger. We know that that is happening right now, and it is a process. It is literally a process, starvation. You know, the children that we've come across who are acutely malnourished and who are part of sort of the most severe category, severe acute malnutrition, they look like skeletons because first the body eats the fat of the body and then it eats the muscles. And so these children are just bones with skin around it. They're too weak to cry. They're just lethargic on hospital beds or in their tents. And these children are dying right now, and we need action right now to be taken.
In this hospital, like in the entire Gaza Strip, there is not enough medical supplies, nutritious food, which are specialized to treat a little baby like this. We have more and more children affected by malnutrition. This must stop.
The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has described the amount of aid getting in as a trickle when he said a flood is essentially needed. What impact do you think his comments have had, and what might that do to the state of the situation now?
Well, we fondly hope that not only we can continue bringing in these supplies, but we also hope that we can bring in considerably more. So for UNICEF, dozens of trucks have entered over the past week, but at the height of the ceasefire, between 600 to 900 trucks were entering on a daily basis. And so we really need to get back to that scale. We need to arrive at scale, and not just humanitarian supplies, but also commercial supplies. Nowhere in the world do you have a population that can survive solely on humanitarian aid. So humanitarian aid is supposed to be a band-aid. As I said, the type of supplies that we bring in, for instance, the nutrition supplies, they're highly specialized, almost medicinal nutrition supplements for specific categories of very vulnerable children. You're not going to find that in the market, but families need to be able to buy family food in the market. If they were able to buy vegetable, fruit, dairy, fish, meat, bread, rice, potatoes, everything, if they had access to that, we wouldn't be where we are today. So besides humanitarian aid, we also need commercial goods to be allowed to enter. It's an illusion to think that a couple of humanitarian organizations can sustain a population of over 2 million individuals.
There are reports of the humanitarian aid trucks being looted by armed men. Israel says it's the Hamas militia that are taking the aid, while others say basically the situation is so desperate that people are doing anything they can to get hold of the supplies. What's your experience of what goes on there in terms of at least securing the aid?
The problem at hand is really a problem of basic economics. It's a problem of scarcity. Here too, we can ask ourselves, what else can we expect when we have a territory that is under siege, that has run out of products, and where it hence will become very lucrative to get a hold of the products that do enter, to try to resell them.
I am here in Khan Yunis in one of the supermarkets where all the shelves are completely depleted. Those shelves have been empty for more than 2 weeks. There is only a little bit of baking powder and sesame seeds available. The prices of basic goods like potatoes or tomatoes have skyrocketed. 1 kilo of potatoes cost more than $11. These prices are so high that the most vulnerable families, most of the families here in the Gaza Strip, including the children behind me, cannot afford it.
It's an artificially created problem. If aid is allowed in at scale, that will automatically diffuse the tension. It'll automatically take away the pressure that we right now have on the market. It will reassure families that there is going to be enough for everyone, so that they don't feel the desperate need to try and get their hands on aid supplies. As to the presence of these criminal groups, that try also to hijack the convoys. What we need is a minimum of law and order, the restoration of law and order. We need there to be a civilian police who can help us to do that. We're not asking for the militarization of Gaza. We're not asking for armed escorts of our convoys. I need to state that really clearly.
while there is a lack of aid, the situation gets worse. And some of the descriptions, in fact, you yourself have put out in reports, are quite horrific and heartbreaking. Children basically scavenging for food or items to burn because of the shortage of fuel. They're in freezing conditions without proper clothing or shoes even, and disease setting in, affecting even the youngest. How do you cope with all that emotionally yourself?
And everyone copes with it differently. It is unbearable to witness. It is truly unbearable because these children are innocent. They have nothing to do with it. At the same time, me personally, I'm driven to continue this line of work because the need is so high. And I know that the little bit of aid that we do get in, that it is going to be life-saving. Besides distributing aid, UNICEF also supports service provision. And something that we've been focused on over the past couple of months is the strengthening of neonatal care in Gaza. So lots of babies are born prematurely, lots of babies are born with complications, and there's very low capacity to care for moms and their newborns because hospitals have been attacked. Because of the blockade, there's not enough supplies. Something that UNICEF does is that we install incubators and CPAP machines, which are ventilators. They're really important for premature babies because the lungs of premature babies aren't fully developed yet. And these ventilators help babies breathe. They are not able to breathe autonomously if they're only 7 or 8 months old. So we install these incubators, we install these ventilators, all sorts of equipment in hospitals throughout Gaza. Then we go back 2 or 3 days later to make sure that everything functions as it should. We have trained personnel there also to make sure that they are comfortable manipulating and using the equipment. And every time we go back, we see tiny babies in these incubators or hooked up to these ventilators that we just installed less than 48 hours ago. And that's where you realize, okay, if it wasn't for that incubator and that ventilator, that baby wouldn't have survived. So that's probably what is an important driving factor.
Rosalia, give us an example of what would be a typical day for you in Gaza, if there is such a thing, and how has the renewed military operation by Israel affected that?
Before the resumption of the military operations, usually my colleagues and I get up at 6 a.m. We get into our cars around 7:30 to drive over to our central office, and then from there we dispatch to locations where UNICEF is implementing programming. So for instance, where we distribute supplies, where in hospitals where we work with local doctors to install the specialized equipment I just mentioned. We go to desalination plants that we support to produce water. We do water trucking, so lots of different interventions. So we go to those sites for monitoring and evaluation. Me specifically, I go on missions on a daily basis to interview children and to document the situation of children. And then towards the end of the day, we return to our guest houses. We have to be back before dark. And we process the information and the documentation that we've been able to collect during the day. With the resumption of the military operations, there's a large number of our distribution sites that have had to close. For instance, when it comes to UNICEF-supported malnutrition treatment centers, clinics, nearly half had to close because they are now in a zone under displacement order, or because the community that this center was servicing has been displaced, has moved. So that's a very important impact. And the other element here is the insecurity, not just for the population, but also for civilians like us, for humanitarians. As a matter of fact, one of my international colleagues was killed end of March from a UN sister agency, and countless local colleagues have been killed as well. So it's increasingly difficult for us to do our jobs and to be able to move around.
Israel claims that its strikes are directly targeted at the Hamas's militia, and it also claims a high degree of accuracy of the strikes to avoid civilian casualties. Now, many people, of course, say that the large death toll, including many women and children, refutes what Israel says. Based on your experience on the ground, how do you assess Israel's claims?
The numbers speak for themselves, don't they? Just over the past 2 months, over 1,200 children killed, often in their sleep, in their tents, in schools that have been repurposed as shelters, in hospitals where they were seeking care, which is why the UN and other organizations have been saying throughout this war that no place is safe in Gaza, even more so. So at present, 81% of the territory of the Gaza Strip is either under displacement order or in a militarized zone, in for instance, a buffer zone. So there's only 19% of the Gaza Strip left for people to go to, which is incredible if you realize how small the Gaza Strip is. It's a high densely populated territory, but also in that 19% that is left, we also see airstrikes on a daily basis. For instance, in the Rafah al-Mawasi area, where one of the UNICEF guest houses is, in fact, it's the guest house where I stay. We've had airstrikes, Navy shelling, drones, quadcopter strikes on a near daily basis. So there is no safe place in Gaza for children and their parents.
Do you ever really fear for your life, Rosalia?
There's been a couple of moments where I felt terrified, actually, specifically on the 18th of March, with the resumption of the military operations. We could tell that this time was different. It started with like 20 minutes in the middle of the night of non-stop explosions. Every time the sound of an explosion would die down, I could hear people yelling, screaming for help. I could hear the sound of ambulances arriving. And then after that, those first 20 very intense minutes, on almost minute from minute, there were explosions, including in the near vicinity of the UNICEF guest house. This is the reality of children and their parents in Gaza. There is no respite. They haven't had, apart from the ceasefire, they haven't had a single moment where for a brief period they can let their guard down, and they don't have to be concerned with, am I going to make it through the coming hour? Children speak about death a lot. Something that children are afraid of is dying, but something that terrifies them even more is the thought that their parents will be killed and they will survive and they will be left on their own. It's abnormal for children to have to think about dying constantly and to be trapped in that permanent state of stress, very toxic stress.
I'm going to get back to the issue that children face in a moment, but one of the other things that Israel says is that its military action is aimed at getting its hostages back. Now, what do the Palestinian population of Gaza themselves say about the hostages? Is it a subject that's discussed much?
So the parents and the children that I have interviewed, they don't speak about politics in general. But when I ask them about their life, their reflections on what's going on, the type of things that children will say is, I miss my bedroom, I miss my toys, I miss the neighbor's kids, I miss having a hot meal, I miss sweets, I miss this, I miss that. Parents, they overwhelmingly speak about their despair when it comes to the future of their children. It seems that parents sort of acknowledge that their own generation is lost, but they desperately want something better for their children. And so they come when I ask them what it is that they need, or just more generically their reflections, they ask that we work to reopening the schools, even under the bombs, because they're so worried that their children have lost already 2 years of schools, that they'll be behind. They ask for jobs. The population in Gaza is generally actually highly educated. Lots of people speak English well. They ask me if there's any jobs at UNICEF, so they don't even ask for assistance, but they want an income. They want to be able to sustain themselves. It goes without saying that the hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally, but it's not really something that's on the minds of families in Gaza. They're too busy surviving.
Naama Levy, one of the Israeli hostages who was released, literally just made a statement recently about her biggest fear while she was in captivity was the bombing that was occurring by the Israeli military and her fear that she would be a victim of the bombing. And she says that the current hostages are probably fearing that pretty much more than anything else as well. Now, I wonder what exposure you've had to Israelis who obviously are concerned about what's going on. They want the hostages released. Some of them obviously protesting against their own government. What of the Israeli voices have you heard?
My exposure to that has been very limited, to be quite frank, as I'm based in Gaza. But this war isn't bringing any good for anyone. The longer it continues, the more long term this will reverberate. The longer term the consequences will be. We have an entire generation of children who've been out of school, who are deeply traumatized, who are hungry, exhausted, who are in despair. And so the longer that this lasts, the harder it'll be to get out of this, and the harder it'll be to have a permanent resolution of this conflict.
Many Israelis also live in fear of being attacked. I mean, life in Israel for many is based around bomb shelters and safety training and so on. How do you think the mental health of the Israeli children who are exposed to this over the long term has been affected?
I imagine that they are deeply traumatized too. To have to think about or to have to fear for your life is extremely harmful to children, including to Israeli children. They shouldn't have to fear for their lives.
There is a sense, that this extended conflict has a really detrimental effect on both sides and just breeds hate and contempt for the other side in each new generation. I wonder, from your perspective and what you've witnessed, how is that going to change?
I mean, on the one hand, I do think it's intuitive that this logic of violence begets violence. At the same time, the families that I've interacted with, not a single person, when I speak to them about the war and about the suffering, not a single person talks about revenge or wanting to destroy another group. The way that parents and children articulate their situation and their aspirations for the future is very much in terms of, I had always wanted to be a doctor, a journalist, an artist. I'm so worried. I want to go back to school. I miss school. I miss my home. Why do I have to live in this tent? What did I do? I had a very nice bedroom for myself. I had lots of toys. I've lost it all. Why? What? And so it seems that at this moment, people are very much concerned with sort of daily survival. But on the longer term, this trauma may be passed on from generation to generation, which is why, again, we need to end these hostilities immediately.
Of course, for the children in Gaza, witnessing the huge scale of death and personal loss and insecurity, that is a huge challenge. How do you go about talking to the children who are experiencing this war without eroding their sense of safety or security and hope?
And I would say, before I answer that question, it's not just the exposure to death and seeing bodies in the street and seeing relatives and friends being harmed yourself, but it's also this permanent state of anxiety and toxic stress, right? It's the fact that even on a day where maybe you don't see any bodies, because of this constant rumbling of planes and this constant buzzing of drones, you have nonstop the feeling that you are at risk. UNICEF is working with experts in mental health and psychosocial support who have been trained in working with traumatized children. The challenge here is that those facilitators are often traumatized themselves. They've also lost their homes. But UNICEF has been creating spaces, child-friendly spaces, where children can access adequate care, where they can talk through what they've experienced in a safe way. We use lots of art, we use lots of drawings, we actually use music, we use play, we use photos. Photos from Gaza before the war, photos of the destruction in Gaza, photos from other places around the world, so that they can talk about what's happening more from a third-person perspective, as if it's happening to someone else. But yeah, the children that I encounter, we don't, when we interview them, we don't press them. We start with small talk. I usually ask what they want to be when they grow up, what their hobbies are. I ask them what they've been doing that particular morning. And then, if appropriate, we can segue in talking about what has happened to them.
I'm pretty certain, Rosalia, that you have many, many stories, but can you think of one particular story of where a child in Gaza has given you the sense of profound resilience?
Well, all children are incredible. They still are able to make jokes. They're incredibly generous. They insist on sharing a toy with me, or if they have if they happen to have a biscuit or something, they also want to share it with me, which is really striking. But one particular story I'd highlight is the story of Leigh Ann. It's a 13-year-old girl. She lives in a tent next to my UNICEF guest house in Rafah Mawasi. The way that we met was that Leigh Ann was sitting against a wall around our guest house, because on that wall we have security lights. In the tent, people don't have electricity. So the moment that the sun goes down, it's pitch dark. It's literally pitch dark. You don't see a thing. And Leigh Ann came to our guest house every evening to read a book. So I actually, for the first time I saw her on the screen inside our guest house, who was transmitting images from our cameras. I was like, is that a little girl sitting against our guest house? I went outside. She was reading a book, and she explained that she didn't have light and electricity in her tent, and that she was trying to continue reading, and that she missed school a lot. Her mother is an English language teacher, and she actually spoke quite some English, so it was easy to communicate with her. As we were speaking, she then revealed that she got injured last year in June. She was hit by a stray bullet. Immediately after the incident, her father rushed her to the field hospital, where they tried to extract the bullet, but they couldn't, because it's stuck in her rib cage. So it requires very delicate, sophisticated surgery. And Leigh Ann was actually waiting to move out of Gaza to access medical treatment. As of today, she still has that bullet inside her ribcage. She feels it when she lays down, so she has difficulty sleeping. That's when she feels the bullet. She recently went for a checkup, and the X-rays revealed that the bullet has been moving down, that it has moved about 4 centimeters down. So her life is actually in danger, because the bullet may damage organ tissue, veins, as it is moving inside her body. But it's not deterring her from trying to read during the day. She's very busy helping her mom. She has several siblings. She helps her mom fetch water. She helps clean the tent. She plays with her siblings. She goes to a temporary learning space a couple of hours a week. And every evening she's underneath that security light, trying to do some homework, or to practice English, or to read whatever material she got her hands on.
That's remarkable. What do you think hope looks like now for the children of Gaza, with the schools and playgrounds and everything around them so destroyed?
And children don't understand why it's destroyed. They don't understand what it is that they did to deserve that. But despite this tremendous destruction, they're still hopeful that it's going to stop and that they will be able to go back home and that they're going to be able to help their parents rebuild their home. They say the moment there's a ceasefire, they will go with Papa Mama back home and they will help clean the home and then everything will be as it used to be. Now, if you drive through Gaza, regardless of whether it's southern Gaza, central Gaza, or northern Gaza, you're really driving through a moon landscape. There are certain areas, for instance, in the most southern part in Rafah, where not a single building is still standing. There was this campaign about a year ago to save Rafah from the invasion. Today, the city of Rafah no longer exists. It's wiped off the earth. There's certain neighborhoods in Gaza City that are just no longer standing. It's as if a massive earthquake has taken place and destroyed everything. In other areas, there's still buildings standing that seem to defy the laws of gravity. They look like they could collapse pretty imminently, but people live in them, people use them, as we also use them if they've been assessed as relatively safe, as distribution points or as health clinics. So people really carry on as good as they can. But as to these dreams of children to go back to their homes, when I see what's left of Gaza, I'm very pessimistic.
Surrounded by such devastation as you've described, what have you seen of how families maintain dignity and humanity?
When you visit people in their tents, I'm always impressed with how clean and organized the tent is, because what we're talking about is a small single space that is often shared by 7, 8, 9 relatives, people of the same family. And so you enter, and usually during the day they've moved all the mattresses to one side, they've stacked them onto one another. You always see women brooming, swiping out the dust, which in Gaza is actually very challenging, especially in the Al-Mawasi area, which is a very beachy, sandy area. But people really try to maintain a sense of normalcy. Parents try to create some sort of normalcy for their children. There's several children whom I interviewed, including Leigh Ann. And after the interview, her mother asked me if there was anything I could help them with, to find maybe a birthday cake, maybe some ingredients to make a cake, or a gift. So parents really want to maintain this sense of normalcy, but also of the children's dignity. So birthdays are something that parents really care about. And despite the impossible circumstances, they do what they can to organize something for their children. They'll invite the children from the neighbors, and to have some sort of a party.
From your experience there, did you hear much talk among the people of Gaza of wanting to leave?
People are just desperate. I think at this point in time, people that I've spoken to, they didn't explicitly say they wanted to leave. They really just want the bombs to stop. As I said, they don't even ask for assistance. The first thing is for the bombings to stop. They say that they can find a way, but they need the bombardments to stop immediately.
Much of your work depends on being able to work with Israeli and Hamas representatives. And how do you balance that? How are you able to create that kind of relationship to ease your way of doing work?
I mean, thankfully, that type of relationship management is being dealt with by our office in Jerusalem. So I'm not directly, personally involved in it. But yeah, key is that all the sides understand what it is that we're doing, what it is that we're trying to achieve. and that we're doing it in line with global methodologies like we do everywhere in the world, that we're not making exceptions for anyone, that we're not prioritizing anyone that we wouldn't prioritize in other crisis settings. So a good amount of time goes into explaining the concepts that we work with, explaining our programming. Our programming is incredibly vast. We do water and sanitation repairs, routine immunization, screening for malnutrition, temporary learning spaces, the reunification of children who've become separated from their parents, or children who are without parental care, support to children with disabilities. It's a really broad scala of activities. So it's also understandable that the outside world doesn't really know what UNICEF and others are up to.
Well, you're speaking to us from the Netherlands. While you're there in Europe, do you feel that any part of you is still back in Gaza?
It absolutely is. I'm in sort of constant touch with my team who's still in Gaza, and with other colleagues who are on the ground. And I'm trying to support them as good as I can while I'm being temporarily here, hoping to move back in as soon as possible. But yeah, it's something you carry with you. It's really hard to disconnect as long as these incessant bombardments continue, as long as children continue to be killed. You can't really let your guard down and sort of relax.
So when you are away from it, are there any particular sights, sounds, images that haunt you or stay with you while you're remotely away?
The images that I find hard to forget is something that is currently a lot on my mind. There's several women who are pregnant whom I interviewed in March. One lady who was 4 months pregnant, another lady who was 6 months pregnant, and a third lady who was 7 months pregnant. And I'm constantly thinking about them because the conditions in which they will have to give birth are frankly inhuman. They're very cruel. No woman should have to give birth in these circumstances, but they have no choice. And so I wonder how they're doing. I hope they're okay. I wonder if they're able to access care in case things don't go as planned. So they're very much on my mind.
And some of the stories I've seen, videos you've done, they're quite striking and very touching. I want you to tell me a little bit about the 5-year-old boy Saad, who you described in one video, who was hit by a bomb, or at least was in a place that was bombed. It fractured his skull, he got burns over his body, and he lost his eyesight. And he said something regarding the loss of his eyesight that I'd like you to repeat, because it's quite moving.
Yeah, so this boy became very severely injured in an airstrike. He had a skull fracture that resulted in the loss of his eyesight. So Saad wasn't born blind. But he became blind as a result of this traumatic injury. I met him on 2 occasions. The first time in a center that is specialized in caring for children with a disability, where he was receiving physiotherapy and mental health support. He was terrified. That first time I met him, it was in the fall of 2024. His mom tried to comfort him, but he was not doing well at all that day. He still had to get used to the fact that he was blind, and so he was very afraid of every sensation, every sound. If people touched him, he didn't like it at all. Then I met him a couple of weeks later in actually the same center, as we were distributing winter clothes to very vulnerable children. So Saad was prioritized for this winter clothes distribution. And there he was much more relaxed. He actually enjoyed opening the box with the clothes because he really enjoyed touching the different types of materials. The clothes were wrapped into plastic. He was first manipulating the plastic, then his sister helped him open the plastic bags, and he could feel all the clothes inside. There was fleece, there was wool, there was cotton, and he really enjoyed playing with it and touching with it. And that was when we started to interview him and asked him what had happened to him, if he could explain to us what had happened to him. The way he put it was, my eyes went to heaven before I did. He spoke about nearly dying, but he did survive, but his eyes died. That's how he put it. And to hear that from a 5-year-old child is very impressive and just heartbreaking.
So many of the policymakers involved in what will happen, what might happen, what has happened in Gaza, in Israel, everywhere else, they're remote from what happens in many cases. What would you like them to see firsthand that would make them realize what the situation is like?
You know, what I would like is for policymakers, for donors, for journalists, for media like yourself to be able to enter Gaza and to see what's happening there firsthand. So you don't have to rely on my testimony, but you can see firsthand the scale of devastation, the way in which families live, and hopefully that will help in sort of taking conscious of what's going on and what is needed there. But for the UN, you know, we've been reporting throughout this conflict, we've been describing what we see happening and what needs to happen. So whenever we get a new report coming out, like for instance, this IPC report that highlighted that the entire population is food insecure, those reports shouldn't come as a surprise. You know, policymakers shouldn't wait for those reports to come out, because it's right now that children are dying and that action is needed. But please, you know, advocate for your entry to Gaza. You should be able to enter Gaza and see what's happening there.
As I'd mentioned earlier, Rosalia, you've made a number of videos. I've seen them. And I'm wondering if UNICEF has had to kind of keep this up, and your presence there as well is to make people more aware and keep the support up. I mean, do you worry about donor fatigue? Do you worry about people turning a blind eye now because it's been going on so long?
We definitely worry about that. This just people becoming worn out. It's not a nice good news story. You know, when you open your social media, when you turn on the TV and you see this depressing news, some people may be tempted to change channel or to just scroll down. I sometimes do myself, because it's simply unbearable. It's too much to take in. And also, sadly, Gaza isn't the only humanitarian crisis right now. There's quite a number of very important crises around the world, from Sudan to Yemen to Haiti to the DRC. And we're sort of waiting for the next thing to happen that will take all the media attention away, that will take global attention away, while in Gaza, conditions don't improve and actually worsen by the hour. So this is a very real problem that we're coping with, yeah.
That is the tragedy of the fickleness of the news cycle. I wonder, though, what do you believe to be the biggest misconception that donors and outsiders have when it comes to Gaza?
I think there's quite a few misconceptions when it comes to donors and, for instance, our aid delivery. There's quite a few obstacles inside Gaza that we have to deal with on the one hand. And then on the other hand, there's very high expectations and very strict demands as to where the aid goes to. We, of course, want the aid to go to the most vulnerable persons in the Gaza Strip, the most vulnerable children and families. Now, in order to make that happen, in order to be able to tell a donor, okay, you paid for X number of pallets of plumpy nut, and to be able to tell that donor they went to these distribution points and there are X number of children who benefited from them, we work around the clock to package supplies, to do assessments, needs assessments, to determine what has to go where, to plan the logistics for these supplies to be moved from the warehouse to distribution points. And it's extremely time consuming in any given context. But in Gaza, we talk about a territory where infrastructure is largely damaged, where there's constant bombardments, and it's really not so obvious to move aid from A to B. When finally on May 19, UNICEF and WFP were allowed to bring in a few trucks, I got lots of requests from donors and from the media for pictures of the aid distribution that same day. And I had to explain that we would love to distribute this immediately, but for starters, trucks aren't allowed to just drive into Gaza and just rock up at our warehouse. They drive to the Israeli side of the crossing, they offload the goods there. Empty Palestinian trucks drive up to the Palestinian side of the crossing to collect the supplies there. Then they have to move from the crossing to the warehouse, which is a very dangerous move because of the risk of looting and other security risks. And then from there, it has to be repackaged and distributed. So I think lots of people make shortcuts and think that we get a batch of supplies, we put ourselves out in the middle of the street, and we just start handing it out. No, it's not obvious at all. It's not straightforward at all. We have carefully selected the children that are going to receive these supplies. Children like SAD, children with a disability, children who are malnourished, children who've lost one or both parents, pregnant women. So we need to trace these most vulnerable individuals, and then we have to make sure that it gets to them.
You know, Rosalia, one aid worker recently said that his colleagues told him not to bother asking Western governments for anything because, quote, it's too late. Have you ever felt that level of resignation? If so, what kept you going?
You know, it's tempting to feel resignation. It's tempting to be cynical. But I think cynicism is actually a form of laziness. And because of what's going on, we cannot allow ourselves to turn into that. So it's really because of the very, very high needs inside Gaza, but also, so my team on the ground in Gaza, which consists of international and national colleagues, the national colleagues, my Palestinian colleagues, they've lost everything. Their homes are gone. Their belongings are gone. They're refugees. They come to the office every single day to cling on to some form of routine, to have the illusion that there's some normalcy. They come to the office, we go to distribution sites, you know, they really cling on to that. And I owe it to them to continue my job. And we owe it to them to continue fundraising, to continue distributing supplies, to continue supporting healthcare professionals, Palestinian doctors, who work around the clock, who risk their own lives, trying to save the lives of others. Whatever support we can give them, whatever medicines they need, obstetric kits, equipment, we need to do what we can to get it to them.
You know, you said in one of your videos, to quote you, this war should haunt every one of us. Do you get the sense that message is getting through or not?
I think in certain countries, it certainly does. We do see quite some outpouring of support for the work that we do, for calls for an end to the war. But governments aren't heeding those calls. So we haven't yet arrived at a point where mobilization of people around the world has sort of turned into a change in policy, change in behavior.
When do you go back, Rosalia? Are you keen to get back?
I'm very keen to get back, yes. I'm on a wait list, so UNICEF is currently prioritizing staffers with very specific profiles, so doctors, civil engineers, colleagues who are experts in malnutrition. But I'm very hopeful that in the coming days I'll be able to return.
Rosalia, we wish you safety and productivity in your work. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Insights into the challenges facing humanitarian organizations operating in Gaza, brought to us by UNICEF spokesperson Rosalia Bollen. Well, that's it for this episode. I'm Riz Khan. Please subscribe to the show and leave us any questions, comments, or feedback you might have. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. Seattle. Seattle's best. Get to know its finest characteristics and what makes it such a unique city that's worth getting to know. For one, Seattle is surrounded by water. It's got a great historic seafaring culture too. You'll find so many water-related activities to do in the city. You can go fishing, sailing, scuba diving, kayaking, paddleboarding, surfing, and commuting by ferry. Next is its coffee. After all, this is where Starbucks was founded in 1971. The city has earned its nickname as Fueled by Coffee. Here, you'll also find Seattle's best, Tully's, Top Pot, Cherry Street, Pete's, Cafe Ladro, Victrola, and Espresso Vivace. Its coffee scene is thriving with commercial, independent, and artisanal espresso roasters and cafes. There can never be too many places to grab a cup of coffee. Here in Seattle, the more coffee places, the merrier. Seattle is also known for its nature parks. Did you know that it's surrounded by about 30 national parks? This means more opportunity for outdoor activity. Seattle is a city where you can find beaches, glaciers, waterfalls, and rainforests. Imagine all that in one place. Meanwhile, it is also known to have a reputation for being a culinary destination. Seattle is home to many critically acclaimed world-class chefs. The city can in fact be considered a farmer's market, locavore, and seafood culture. The people in Seattle usually like to buy food products that's within their area of residence as a way of supporting their neighbors and the natural resources. And last but not least is its culture. Seattle is known to be a place friendly to any race, gender preference, families, you name it. It has in fact gained the title of being one of America's best cities for families. The city has also a remarkable LGBT population. Many of its residents also hold a commendable bachelor's degree or higher. Family-friendly fairs, festivals, markets, restaurants, and activities make it a well-loved city for families to settle in. It's a pet-friendly place too, and you can expect a playground anywhere nearby. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.